Good morning and welcome back to day 10. Mr. Clerk, is it day 9 of our March 23rd public hearing meeting of council?
Maybe.
Something, all right. Well, regardless, we have a meeting, colleagues. Let's call the roll, please, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Thank you, Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Chabot. Thank you, Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Jameson. Present. Councillor McLean. And Mayor Farkas.
I am here.
Thank you.
And Councillor Chabot is here too.
Oh. I did have him on the roll.
Okay, sounds good. All right, colleagues, we have concluded the public hearing. We're going to go now into questions of clarification from members of council for administration. Going off of the previous public hearing on blanket rezoning, there was approximately, I believe, 3.5 days worth of debate and questions of clarification, amendments, discussion on motions arising. I think that we can hopefully resolve ourselves on this question quicker than 3.5 days. But that said, there is an important function this afternoon from about 1 o'clock to about 4 o'clock. Calgary Economic Development's report to the community for 2026 is a large event with about 2,500 people. Council members typically are expected to attend, and I'm slated to speak. I'm curious if we could test the will of council to have a larger break today from 12 to 4 as our recess for this meeting, with the intent to work tonight to 9:30 in order to resolve this question. So would anyone be interested in moving that motion to allow for a larger or a longer lunch recess in order to have a break? Councillor McLean, I like that idea even better. So this motion is on the table. Any discussion on this? Yeah. Councillor Johnston? Yep.
Yeah, I know that's an important thing to do for us right now, but there's nothing more important than sticking to what we're doing right now in this meeting. So I would suggest us not extend our lunch break till 4 o'clock and just power through this and give it its full attention. So.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further debate on this, let's engage the e-vote.
Councillor Jameson, your vote, please. No. Thank you. Councillor Kelly, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Yes. Okay, Councillor Schmidt, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mayor Farkas, all the vote.
Thank you. Please display the results. And on that, the motion is defeated, 7-8. We'll work straight through, hopefully to 9:30. By 9:30 today, we'll have a resolution to the question. We'll go over to Councillor Dhaliwal, please, for questions for clarification for admin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go back to March 23rd when I wanted to have a question of clarification. Can we go through the recommendations, please, and explain to residents exactly what is happening? There's lots of confusion in the community that this is not a full repeal. This is just rehashing amendments. My understanding is there's elements of full repeal that will revert us back to pre-August 2024. And then there's changes to the rules of RCGs that existed back then. Please, if you can just clarify that in the details so those who are watching, listening, they can understand what is happening here today.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal, through the chair. I would be happy to do that. Clerk's team, is it possible to please bring up administration's presentation from the 23rd? Thank you. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Council. I think it is day 9, and thank you to all the Calgarians that came out and spoke. What I want to share with you now, based on Councillor Dhaliwal's question, if we can go to slide 2, please, clerks. These are the recommendations, and so the source of the recommendations have come from the December 15th notice of motion and motion arising on the 15th, and that's exactly the direction has been carried over into the recommendations. So recommendation 1, if we go to slide 7, please. Recommendation 1, which says textual amendments, section 1 in Schedule A and B, attachment 2, to insert previously deleted land use districts. So this, if you recall, Manager Lee spoke about the land use bylaw being composed of 2 parts, the rule book and the maps. So what recommendation 1 is doing is putting the rules back in the rule book. So reinstating the districts that were there prior to August 2024 into the land use bylaw. So that's recommendation 1. If we go to slide 8, please. This is recommendation 2. And so again, the maps component. So this is returning all the parcels, affected parcels, back to what they were designated prior to August 2024. So this is your repeal, a full repeal of rezoning as directed by council. I will note for both on this slide and the last one, you will see that RCG parcels will continue to exist. RCG was in play prior to August 2024, and it will be in play after this repeal. Some parcels were designated prior to 2024 or have been designated to RCG independently of the blanket rezoning. If we now go to slide, before we move on, recommendation 3 is around textual amendments for non-conforming buildings. And that, council, is simply to make sure that when these changes occur, we don't inadvertently cause a building or a use to be quote unquote non-conforming, that it doesn't align with the previous rule or the new rules. They will have been legally built, constructed, or approved based on the rules at the time. So slide 9, please, clerks. This is recommendation 4. So as Councillor Dhaliwal, as you mentioned, the other direction to administration was to make changes to the rules in the RCG district that is remaining in the rule book. And so that is what recommendation number 4 is. I won't read everything out, but there were a number of aspects that administration was asked to change the rules to. That is recommendation 4. And then slide 10, please, clerks. Recommendation 5, these are the textual amendments that are to retain council-directed land use bylaw amendments that were approved after bylaw 21P 2024, which was the rezoning for housing. These amendments council also directed us to keep. They're listed here, 8 of them, and they are to be retained in the land use bylaw as currently existing. Does that make sense, Councillor Dhaliwal?
Thank you. Just to recap, based on the motion that was brought forward by Councillor Chabot, which was seeking full repeal, these recommendations 1, 2, 3, 5 totally align with that notice of motion, and this will be a full repeal of August 2024 bylaw that brought in blanket rezoning.
That is correct.
Exactly, and there are no amendments. Amendments that are being proposed are independent of the repeal. They apply to RCG units that existed before the blanket zoning.
And or will exist in the future. So remember the rule book and the maps, all parcels are going back from a map perspective to what they were prior to 2024. That's the full repeal. The rule book is going to put back the rules for single detached, semi-detached, those separate districts. RCG district will remain in the rule book in our land use bylaw, and the number 4 is simply changes to those rules for future
So basically, we are
redevelopment.
turning the clock back, resetting the way it was before the blanket zoning.
Correct.
Number 4 is just if someone is interested in putting a RCG, it will be coming to council. with these different rules, that's it.
I will clarify, there will still be parcels that are designated RCG, but if somebody wants to redesignate their parcel to RCG in the future, they must come through a land use if council approves what's before you today. And then when they go to build, these new rules are what are in play.
Clarification for those. Any parcels that were designated RCG in blanket zoning, they revert back to the way they were. These
Correct.
RCG units or parcels existed before blanket zoning through some pilot program initiated by the city in communities like MAV trailers.
And/or individual parcel redesignations that led up to,
Yeah.
that were before, yeah.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you for the clarification, because there was lots of chatter that this is not a full repeal, this is amendment. Full repeal is happening. Now, any amendments brought by members of this council will be amendments to the new bylaw that is coming into effect after the after the repeal. What I'm saying is this is repeal.
Please clarify that one, please.
100% repeal.
It is absolutely
Thank you.
100% repeal. There is no partial repeal happening.
And there were no amendments brought in to this repeal by administration.
No, administration clearly followed council's direction. I can walk you through notice of motion to recommendation, motion arising to recommendation.
This is exactly the output of the notice of motion that Councilor Chabot brought, which is full repeal. Thank you so much. And any amendments that will be happening in the floor are independent of the notice of motion.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. There was lots of confusion. Thanks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, please.
We're into it now, right? We're fully into asking questions of admin, the thing we've been waiting for days, yes? That was my first question.
Yes.
I just wanted to get
Give her.
real clear.
Give her, yeah, 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
I have 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Yeah, okay, fair. Sure, just a second here, just pulling up the questions. The first question I have for admin is, can you maybe outline for us, if we wanted to do a division of the vote, which items have to go together versus which ones can stand alone?
Oh, are you going to answer it, GM Hamilton? No, I can. Certainly, you just stood up, so I wasn't 100% sure. Thank you, Councillor Kelly, and through the mayor. So recommendation 1, if passed, they can all be called individually. Let me just start with that, which is, I think, your first question, if you like. So recommendation 1 is to put those districts back into the land use bylaw. That can be called individually. If that fails for any reason, recommendation 2 could not stand. You can't redesignate back to something that doesn't exist in the rule book. So 1 must pass in order for the repeal to pass, which is in number 2. If the repeal passes, number 3 is about ensuring we have no non-conforming buildings and uses. And so if 2 passes, or portions of 2 pass, then 3, we would recommend 3 pass as well. Number 4 is the amended rules for RCG that can stand alone and is independent of any of the other motions or any of the other recommendations. And number 5, we would recommend pass if the repeal passes, so that all of those amendments that were adopted into the land use bylaw are maintained.
Thank you for the clarification. RG, which exists currently in some of our more suburban neighborhoods, I'm curious, was it placed there as a result of zoning for housing, or was it there before?
RG was implemented in 2018, ahead of rezoning for housing. And feel free to jump in.
Hi, Councillor Kelly. The original version of RG was used through a direct control district since 2010. That was the only mechanism that we were using in the developing areas to enable all 4 forms, singles, semis, rows, and towns, to have that flexibility in the greenfield areas. And so we used it for many years as a direct control district, and then adoption into a general district in the land use bylaw in 2018.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but what's proposed in recommendation number 2 is removing the RGs that you just said were prior to the zoning for rehousing. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. There was RG prior to rezoning for housing, but there were a number of parcels that were redesignated to RG through rezoning for housing as well.
Got it. So this
Jim Hamilton just wants to jump in as well on this.
Oh, and sorry, it was to do with the first question that you asked. Well, the items can be called separately initially. We do recommend that it be moved. Technically, it's one recommendation with subparts, so it can be moved entirely on its own, first reading given, and then amendments can come with the various sub-bullets.
I appreciate that. Thanks. So I just wanted to be real clear, because obviously we're not looking at the map here on the screen. We're simply looking at the text here. But the RG that is being proposed to be removed under 2B, those are the items that happened specifically as a result of the rezoning for housing?
Correct.
And any of the RGs that existed prior to that, such as in our newer neighborhoods, would stay?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you. We heard a lot about SDAB during our public hearing. I wonder if you can provide me a bit of clarity on what will happen to rejected developments, developments that were rejected by SDAB. Will those also be grandfathered?
I'm happy to start, and then if we get into the very nitty-gritty, I would call Manager Christian Lee up to the podium as well. So he is already there. Maybe I'll just default over to Mr. Lee.
So administration's interpretation of the motion pertaining to exemptions was a decision of a decision from the Development Authority. So there were through both the public hearing and through the inbox that we created to identify errors, there were 3 that were identified as having approvals from the Development Authority, therefore qualifying for exemption under the words of the motion. But certainly, council can direct administration to change those for the subsequent bylaw that is required for July for the cleanup.
So just to get real clear in terms of a sort of a yes/no type situation, anything that's being rejected by SDAB, but is that going to stay zoned as, in this case, RCG?
Under the direction of the motion, if a decision from the Development Authority was for an approval, it would stay that way. There's nothing precluding this council from directing us otherwise, though.
But if the decision from SDAB was that it...
Of when the appeal is actually heard, as you heard from a lot of public submissions, there is a significant delay right now between the procedural and jurisdictional meeting and the merit hearing. So my team has already advised we're already booking into August. So most of those won't make it.
And do you have an estimate in terms of how many of those would be caught up?
I don't have that answer right now. All I know is to date, we're still dealing with, we just finished appeals that were filed in 2025, and my team is dealing with our 49th appeal so far.
Okay. What tools might exist for us to mandate accessibility of housing for seniors or those otherwise with mobility challenges?
I'm happy to start. So accessibility as a lens, meaning it is not just for people in wheelchairs or visually or hearing impaired. The entire suite. Depending on the permit, we do an accessibility review. So on a low density like we would be hearing about today, we typically do not do that review, meaning we're not providing comments back to the applicant to say, have you considered making your permit accessible? It mostly happens from multifamily forward. The levers to do this could be through our land use bylaw, but a lot of it is included in the building code. And so really, I would say the teeth on accessibility come through the building code. The building code is not something that the City of Calgary regulates.
Yep, that's fair. Happy to have that conversation when we eventually get to the zoning bylaw. Bins on an 8-plex, what are the actual rules and how are those supposed to be handled? We heard a lot about that.
Good morning. The number of bins required at an 8-plex fall outside the land use bylaw, and those rules come from the waste and recycling bylaw. They do have a formula they look at in terms of expected volume of waste. That being said, I know that we can right size the bins on a per development basis, so we don't have to have an outcome of 1 bin or 3 bins per unit. So it is looked at on an individual development permit basis.
So it's currently not 1 bin per dwelling?
Those rules do not exist in land use bylaw, no.
Okay, thank you. How and when can we begin counting secondary suites as units? And why don't we currently do this?
To answer the first part of your question, we do have direction to make that change in the zoning bylaw. So that we've received that direction and that work is underway. The latter part of your question as to why. The current land use bylaw is over 20 years old. When it was first released, secondary suites weren't realistically that common. We didn't really have rules in the land use bylaw for them. And then strictly speaking, a secondary suite, because it can't be subdivided from the main residential unit, it historically hasn't been included in density calculations. Now, over the past 20 years, as we've introduced districts like RG, RCG, HGO, and we're seeing a variety of development forms, we've seen an increase in the prevalence of secondary suites and backyard suites. And it is clear that as we've seen more units on a parcel, it does make sense to include them in that density calculation.
So we should see that in the zoning bylaw?
You will see that in the zoning bylaw, correct?
We have an ETA on when we'll see the zoning bylaw.
So council just directed us to bring the Calgary plan to the June 16th strategic session of council. From that, we will be looking for direction on timing. I would suggest that we're probably looking at Q1 of 2027 for both the Calgary plan and the zoning bylaw. We'll need a little bit of separation between those two items for consideration by council.
We're looking at about a gap of a little over a year here. Okay. Can you talk to me about concurrent DP and land use? Why do we not sort of currently do this?
So, Councillor Kelly, this is always an option. And when we say concurrent, we mean, we are, just to clarify, you're asking why we don't process a development permit specifically in line with a land use permit. And
yeah, we heard a lot from folks about it's not the land use, it's the development, and frequently, as you know from the public hearings, we get mixed up between the two.
Yes, so there is no requirement in our land use bylaw to submit a development permit with a land use application. Applicants are free to kind of time the permits according to their own timelines, including building permit that comes after and everything else. The details that come with a land use application vary. What we would say is that at the land use, we are creating the box, and at the development permit, we are creating the details or the color to the box. The requirement to tie both of them together is not included in the land use bylaw. We have found over the years, as a little bit of commentary, we do have a legal mechanism to tie to plans. Tying to plans is very problematic, meaning that any like even a event cover that was not anticipated at the time of the land use would require a land use amendment. And so we have gone away from tying them or knitting them together with that much detail, because we have found that when the building permit comes in, we are often kicking ourselves back to bringing forward land use amendments, because the building permit is really where the level of detail of the development permit is realized.
Final question. I think we heard a lot about community engagement for folks. Local area plans were brought up over and over again as the best way to do that. If I were to bring forward a motion to add more local area plans, what would it take to get that done, and why have we not done that up until now?
Thank you for the question. We we know that local area plans were spoken about a lot during the public hearing as the place to have the conversations, and we agree. That is the level of conversation about the future of your neighborhood and where growth can happen. That is where it should happen, inside the LAPs. The 3 local area plans at a time, in addition to 3 area structure plans, so having both in the developing and the established areas having new policy, has been our practice related to engagement, capacity for communities, the sheer number of staff and resources required, but also complexity doesn't change based on the local area plan size. So whether we have a 2-community plan or 8-community plan, the complexity, the amount of effort, et cetera, is exactly the same. And so 3 local area plans have historically been our kind of understanding on community capacity and administration council capacity. Adding additional ones require just additional resources and being able to accelerate the program.
If I may, Chair, Councillor Kelly, your question about RG, I just wanted to clarify that RG is a greenfield context, and RCG is used in the redevelopment context. So 2B in the recommendations, which talks about the repeal on the RG district, is in a greenfield community context.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Worship.
Yep, thank you. Over to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, everybody that tuned in. Administration, we're here.
Thank you, Councillor McLean.
It's a big day. Just a quick question. I think most of us know that the procedure, but just like Councillor Dollywood mentioned, to recap for the public, we're going to vote on these recommendations. If that passes, then we go to amendments, correct? So my question's on that then. If amendments arise where, say, a councillor puts something forward, so we have to do a public hearing to put this into place and to repeal it. If somebody brings an amendment forward that is actually going to change the land use, like I know there's one on the table there, we'll say HGO, that would require a public hearing. So my question is that, can we actually even do that? If there's an amendment that comes forward that requires a public hearing, is that something that's within our realm of what we can actually achieve or do?
Through the chair, administration has been made aware of certain amendments that different councillors have been contemplating, and administration as a team have been going through them. And one of the considerations that we particularly put our minds to for each of these draft changes that were brought to us is whether they would require a further public hearing so that the public is afforded procedural fairness. So we've provided that feedback already.
So if I'm to understand you, to interpret that properly, then
I think it depends on what is being proposed.
And the
I think
wording.
on a case-by-case, admin will weigh in, and certainly as chair, I really want to keep us on the rails here and respect procedural fairness for Calgarians.
I just wanted some clarity because I don't think the public wants us to see us, as we've mentioned, make sausage on the floor or make something, if it's a substantial change to this bylaw that requires a public hearing, then we should have a public hearing, not vote on it. So that's kind of where I'm going.
Further, through the chair, further to Ms. Waberster's comment, if council does bring additional amendments that we have not seen today on the floor, we will let you know whether or not that amendment requires a new public hearing or can be made today.
Yeah, I think in the interest of time and expeditiously doing this hearing, if it's not possible, maybe we don't debate amendments that aren't possible. Thank you for that clarity. The only other thing then on these recommendations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I know there's been talk about number 4 of doing something with it, moving it.
If I can, Councillor McLean, my understanding as chair is that the entirety of what's on the screen will be moved, and then we need to have 2 votes. The first vote will be on 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah.
And then the second vote will be on 4 only. And then if 4 were to pass, that changes what gets the first reading, and then subsequent amendments will be post first reading between that and second and third reading, is my understanding.
Perfect clarity.
Is that right, Jim Hamilton?
Mayor, you're welcome to call them separately. I don't think there's any harm in calling them all, in moving the entire recommendation as one and then doing the amendments separately, but it's up to.
No, what I mean to say is that the entirety of what's on the screen will be moved at once. However, 1, 2, 3, and 5 will be called first, and then 4 will be called subsequent to that.
I'll let Mr. Clerk chime in if there's anything there.
Only just that, in the sense that the main recommendation here is for council to give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. And so if, for example, number 4 were not to pass, then parallel amendments to the bylaw would need to be brought forward in order to make that effective in the amendments to the land use bylaw.
Sorry for hijacking you, Councilor
No, this
McLean.
is what I think we needed clarity on. If 4 was then to be voted down, would this bylaw pass as a whole if you had 1, 2, 3, 5? That would stand. But as I stand it now, we're going to call it. So I just think, just for procedure so we know where we're going on. Okay, that's good. All I have. Thanks.
Great. Over to Councillor Pantazopoulos, please.
Heard a lot about LEPs and the general support, but also concerns about LEPs that were created or finalized post-blanket rezoning. If we were to re-examine those LEPs, what's the process and how could we accelerate those?
Thank you for the question. The process, what I would start by saying is that we would need to have direction from council to undertake a process of examining. There were 5 local area plans that were approved following rezoning for housing. This is the South Shaganappi, Riley, Chinook, West Elbow, and East Calgary International Avenue. Those 5 were in various stages of completion as well. So we would be happy to share any of those types of details if you want more. The direction, though, needs to provide the framework of what re-engagement would be. We heard a lot about the low density. We were having that conversation through here. And we heard a lot of feedback from local area plans about the nodes and corridors and establishing growth inside those areas through the LAPs. And so that would be the process of providing administration that. Now, we would like to come back to provide resources, timing, what that looks like, what comes off our resourcing plan, and what would move on in the event that council directed us that.
Just heard you say 3 LAPs sort of a year. If we were to double, triple that and really sort of put our shoulder behind it, what sort of quantum on dollars for budget if we really wanted the next 4 years to get as many done as possible?
We would come forward with that. Local area plans are funded through tax and through a portion of development fees as well. There's a split. And we can't do a half a local area plan, so we do need to ensure that local area plan funding is secured for a minimum of 3 years, because that is like the duration from start to finish around a local area plan. Developer-funded area structure plans are somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million. We account for nearly exact when it comes to local area planning as well. And so that developer-funded area structure plan is, in our fourth round of doing that with developers, the same type of costing for local area plans.
Most of the city isn't covered by LAPs. There's some covered by ASPs. What's the process to convert, maybe there's a better term, but take those ASPs and the information and convert it into something usable like an LAP? Is it simply just starting fresh, or how?
I will default to Mr. Shriver's after I preface. Many area structure plans do not need to be converted. They are new. They are contemporary. The communities haven't built out. There isn't additional pressure that something has changed. Our original, when we undertook the North Hill local area plan for this council's understanding, was because we understood many areas inside the North Hill didn't have any policy at all, and we were contemplating higher order transit. We were doing investments that hadn't been contemplated when original planning had taken place. So area structure plans likely do not need to be converted into local area plans at all.
Thank you.
Mr. Shriver, any anything else to add on that?
Yeah, just some clarification on that. I think exactly what Director Goldstein said is that most of our ASPs are quite recent. There are some older ones from quite a while ago, but most of the ones, I'm thinking Keystone, Glacier Ridge, those types of places, quite recent, and they're guiding the development of the initial build out of a community, and it's really the kind of older communities where we'd be looking at, and really we're not there yet, and quite a few of those ASPs, again, quite recent and not just something that we'll be looking at.
Administration's thoughts on, there's some commentary on the LAPs are a bit too big, 7, 8, 9, 10 communities. My community is very different from my neighbor's community. Splitting those up, is there a sweet spot, putting one or two together, or how would that feel? The existing LAPs, and then as we go into new communities as well.
Yeah, exactly. We look at the boundaries of an LAP are really determined by the kind of the physical features that kind of surround those communities. So large roads like Glamour Trail, Crowtail Trail, rivers, things like that. And also we have to recognize that communities vary greatly in their sizes. So Roxborough has 400 people. Acadia has 12,000. So it wouldn't be fair to say, Acadia gets one plan and Roxborough gets one plan. We have the same resources for vastly different areas. And so when we look at local area plans, we're basically looking at areas that share those common amenities. I basically think of it as if your kids go to the same school and you go to the same grocery store, you should be in the same LAP. And if you're across the street from somebody, you should be in the same LAP. And that's really what we kind of use as the guide to say who should be talking to each other about those shared interests. If you're you kind of care about what's going to happen across the street, so you should be part of that conversation. And so we have a variety of sizes of LAPs, but that's really based on sometimes communities are small, sometimes they're big, and sometimes we have things like industrial areas we have to consider as well. So the LAPs are all roughly about the same size, but they vary because of the size of populations, industrial areas, and things like that.
Could I, Councillor, I want to add one last thing. The administration, frankly speaking, does not have capacity to keep up with single community local area plans. We undertook a study. It would, depending on how you cut it, there would be probably 50 to 60 years of local area planning that we would need to do to modernize our communities, community by community, 25 to 30 years if we did double. The feedback, though, on seeing our communities seeing themselves inside local area plans has been taken. And from the first iteration, which was North Hill, to the ones that we have recently launched, Carburn Communities, South McKnight, every lesson learned that we have learned along the lines has been incorporated into those. And we take that feedback very, very serious. You can see the differences if you take the early iteration to today. We want communities to know and see themselves in these plans. And so that feedback has been noted.
Perfect. Is every community covered by an ASP or an LAP?
No.
So what would be, if we were to sort of go into June or into next year and get a standardized approach across the city, what do we do with that missing middle that doesn't have an ASP and LAP to get sort of consistency if we wanted to densify on certain definition or defined terms or streets and things? How would we get that community engagement with that missing element, absent an LAP or an ASP?
Yeah, there's various ways. So LAPs are not the only policy documents we have. We have things like the Calgary Plan that engage people on those kind of higher level policies. Also, just in terms of our program, we are really trying to prioritize the areas that are experiencing the most growth, those areas that have those really outdated policies or no policies. But it's kind of like we're kind of working our way out slowly, as fast as we can possibly go. But there's those areas that it'll take a few iterations to get to them. But again, we want to really focus on the areas that are seeing a lot of redevelopment to give them that guidance and that certainty as development happens, and then move out from there.
Pivot to transit-oriented development. How many projects do we have currently advancing that would be defined under a transit-oriented development process or definition?
Councillor Panagopoulos, thank you. There are a number, and they're done in different ways. Within Planning and Development Services, there are two that we are working on right now. So Franklin Station, which came through with a land use redesignation last year. And we're just initiating Whitehorn Station. Real Estate and Development Services is also looking at some. And CMLC is undertaking 3, what they're calling transit-oriented communities currently.
What sort of direction do you have from council to really pivot towards that? Do we need more, or is it pretty clear this is an area of focus, or would you look for additional guidance if we wanted to accelerate beyond the 3 or 4 that we're looking at?
Certainly the current municipal development plan gives us guidance on transit-oriented development and putting density close to transit systems. And so there's a lot of good policy guidance already. If council wishes to prioritize nodes and corridors or a transit-oriented development strategy, then certainly through some direction or prioritization as to what that might look like would be welcome. We're happy to have that conversation as part of the Calgary Plan on June 16th.
Fantastic. During the discussion, many builders talked, one of the fears about repeal would be a delay. Like right now, the $500 a day and those sorts of numbers. But they also said, look, if we have that, how do we get some improvements to process and accelerate approvals, et cetera? What are some things in flight, assuming repeal occurs, that the city would be able to implement soon? And I'll leave soon as an undefined term, but to help accelerate those timelines, and what comfort can we give Calgarians that we won't be going back to the system of months and years of the $500 a day delay?
Thank you for the question. Something to note is that continuous process improvement and development permits is not a one and done. It is something that our planning department is in our 10th year of focused improvements. And when I say focused, meaning every year setting out a work plan of improvements we are making either in the systems, so introducing electronic or automated reviews, looking at how we can do notice postings better. And we had a conversation about strengthening our capacity to have plain language and being able to give Calgarians better insight into the process. DMAP, our development map improvements. Those are all on a schedule of continuous process improvements, which led to us being considered 5th fastest in the country, but 2nd fastest of processing applications for our big cities. Second to our friends in the north, which gives me no amount of pain to admit openly. In saying that, we are continuously improving it, and one of the very low-hanging fruits is moving towards direct to council on land use amendments, so bypassing Calgary Planning Commission altogether on certain applications. This council wasn't here when we did our Calgary Planning Commission, a couple members were, our Calgary Planning Commission governance review. So we had an external consulting company come and do a complete review on Calgary Planning Commission in 2024. And those process improvements to Calgary Planning Commission were in a 2-year implementation cycle. And so the first was how to do the governance better of Calgary Planning Commission. So that happened last year. And in 2026, it's the process improvements. So this is what goes to Calgary Planning Commission, what does not. What are things that Calgary Planning Commission currently looks at that they do not need to look at altogether, so that the system itself is faster. And then the last piece is really taking a critical review of the, I would say the downstream application requirements. And so do we need the same level of detail on development site servicing plans for multifamily as we do for single family? Right now, we have a very consistent application form. So looking at, right-sizing the downstream requirements for permits depending on their size is critical for us to save time, as you said, but not to bypass any of the critical reviews that we must do, regardless.
That's wonderful to hear that.
Councillor
Thank you.
Panazopoulos,
Please.
if I may, as part of our established area growth and change strategy, we are piloting a number of programs to learn and improve how redevelopment works in established areas. A couple of examples are the Stormwater Incentive Program, Missing Middle Sidewalk Incentive Program, and the Established Area Linear Levy Pilot. And so we've been working closely with industry to get their feedback and to both incentivize housing in established area and understand what the costs are of the redevelopment context.
So much. Clerks, could you bring up attachment 3, page 2? While they're doing that, it just speaks to the number of RCG post-repeal if it occurs. The number is 2,892 homes. One up, thank you. So if you scroll in, second from the bottom. So we're only talking about 2,892 homes that would be impacted, or lots, correct? By amendment number 4? And maybe you add the 15.
That is correct. And I might just add that for the RG, there is no RG contained in wards 4, 7, 8, 9, or 10.
Thank you.
So it really is that new community ring. Thank you.
And finally, basement and garage suites. Is there a concern that if every single person on the street got approval for a garage and a basement, do we have any protections in place to prevent things like lack of parking, infrastructure, et cetera? Any guardrails to make sure that just doesn't sort of inundate a certain street? If we were to go to and, not or.
No, well, apologies. So on an infrastructure perspective, it must meet Section 129, one of the land use bylaw, which is to confirm that the infrastructure is in place to accommodate that. So water, utilities, sidewalks. If you're talking about, do we have guardrails in place around parking? Mr. Morris might be able to speak more specifically to that.
Certainly, and I apologize, Council, I didn't introduce myself earlier. Dane Morris, leader, land use bylaw team. Councillor, could you just clarify the question? It was if we were to...
I think, there's a question about basement and garage. Right now we're or. If that were to occur, you theoretically could have double the units, the suites on a street. And then just sort of, fast forwarding, if you had 30 homes on a street and all of a sudden you built up every garage suite, every basement suite, the overwhelming impact to, do we have any guardrails every third, every half? Like, is there anything that would protect a street or community that if folks came and just got approvals for, coming down, we're sort of black to blanket rezoning where all the concerns, that excess density?
So if this package of amendments is approved as is, and then an amendment is made to allow for both suites on a parcel. In the RC1 district, both types of suites are discretionary use, and a development permit would be required, and a review of that application would be performed, looking at including the required parking on the parcel, which is one stall per suite.
my time's up. Thank you so much, administration. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Clark, please.
Just to pick up on that, one of the things that was communicated over the course of the public hearings was confusion about a 0.3 vehicle per unit or 0.5. I just wonder if we could just talk a little bit about that. If I could understand the rationale behind setting those standards. I can appreciate it's likely to limit the amount of vehicles expected. It doesn't seem to ever apply that way, though.
Good morning, Council. Joe Mueller, Manager, City Planning. Parking requirements can add substantially to the cost of a home, and they're arbitrary to begin with. For example, a single detached home has never required more than one parking stall, and yet often people may have more vehicles. So it is really hard to find that precise number, and by reducing it to below 1, it gives the homeowner the option to choose the type of home that suits their needs, and often there will be one stall regardless. And it can also cumulatively make a difference. And so, again, there is no hard science to it, but it is a major cost factor when it comes to the affordability of the home.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was worth bringing up because it's something that most people come to the table with, or when we're out in the community, it's a confusing piece for people. They don't quite understand how that works. And geez, if we could solve the parking problem, I think we'd be in a marvelous place. I really only had one question, and that was about another piece that I heard consistently over the last 2 weeks from all sides of this discussion, which was about the sort of slog of planning and permitting and getting through that process. There was some thoughts there. So I think an important next step for us, I'm a member of the audit committee, and I've been contemplating the notion or the idea of looking to audit that process. I've spoken with the city auditor's office about that, and I just wondered if I could hear from you, GM Hamilton, about your amenability to doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and through the chair, yes, Planning and Development Services is open to auditing our various processes and the work that we do. So I'm happy to work with you and City Auditor Ormsby to define what an audit would look like.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please. Hopefully we can hear from you now.
Oh, my microphone's working. Sweet.
Aw, dang.
Thanks. Good work.
The sabotage didn't last.
Yeah, I think a lot of my questions were asked, but I need further clarity around the SDAB decisions around applications. And my question specifically is, an application gets approved by the Development Authority, gets challenged at SDAB. SDAB, this is for instance, SDAB rules that the Development Authority's approval is to be overturned and to resort back to whatever the land use bylaw is in effect at the time. Will that be grandfathered in? Because it had approval at one point, but it was overturned by SDAB, so technically it does not have approval. And if this is resolved prior to August 4th, what would happen to it then?
SDAB's, there's a lot of rabbit holes we can go down in terms of scenario planning. The one specific one that you mentioned is the qualifier for the exemption would be the fact that an approval was issued in the first place by the Development Authority. So if the SDAB were to overturn it, administration would require further direction to come back in July and reverse that exemption. So have it be part of the repeal.
So when do you need that direction?
As soon as possible.
Like today?
If you were to provide direction today, that would give our team much more time to go and analyze every single SDAB decision that has happened since original rezoning for housing and cross-reference the development permits that were issued and seeing if they were enabled by. Give us direction to say that if an otherwise subsequent decision from the SDAB to overturn a decision was made, they would be no longer included as we can wordsmith that. But yeah.
So that's exactly what I'm looking for, is something that would be subsequently overturned by the SDAB that occurred after first reading of this bylaw. I wouldn't be interested in looking at anything that occurred prior to, because that would be covered, obviously, on the blanket rezoning. The issue that I'm concerned with specifically is anything that happens between first reading and is either
implementation
overturned
date,
or
whatever.
not before the effective implementation date. So I guess the question is, am I going to be able to prepare wording in time for this to be voted on at this council meeting? Because I don't have that prepared. Is there anybody on your team that can actually?
Councillor, there is something we must consider, which is on August 3rd, as an example, like the day before this goes in, we still will have a lag between the 30 days that community members or anyone can appeal. So this isn't like a one and done. There is time to give us the direction on that. For example, if SDAB overturned it and council's will was for us to come back with, because on August 4th, it will be RCG, as an example. And then in 30 days, somebody makes an appeal. We're going down a hypothetical rabbit hole. And we would then have an SDAB decision that says no. We would then have to come forward for a land use amendment cleanup to take the RCG off and revert it back because SDAB had said something. So we think we need a little bit of time to plan this one component out, if that is council's will. And we have already given notice to council that we would be coming forward in July already with a cleanup, because the applications that had come in from January 1st until the date that the maps were created for this public hearing, there will be cleanup, and I believe we can work together to do that work.
So you don't need further direction today, is what I'm hearing.
You still have time, because the implementation date is even past the July public hearing.
In other words, Councillor, I believe we could work with you on appropriate wording that you could then bring forward at a different date other than today to give us that direction. The one other caution I'll note is, as Manager Lee said in his earlier answer to a question, we're now seeing files that received a decision now booked in August. So up until, as Dr. Goldstein said, decisions may be made up until the early August. Those decisions, if appealed to SDAB, are far out. So there may be a need to come back several times if this is council's wish to give us this direction.
I'm just going to jump in here as chair, and I respectfully disagree a bit with administration. Councillor Chabot, I'd like to see some finality on this question as of this meeting. And, you know, even if it is tight timelines, perhaps if you're willing to reconsider a decision on that recess, perhaps that 12 to 4 could be an opportunity to really drill down into that. I know I'm volunteering staff to do some work here, but from my perspective as chair, and I'm getting into a little bit of political debate here, it would be great to actually have some finality in the decision that's made here rather than the slow trickle. So back to you, Councillor Chabot. Sorry for interjecting.
Yeah, this kind of threw me off on my line of questions. Okay, well, I'll have to.
If you like, perhaps I'll go to Councillor Schmidt and I'll come back to you. Councillor Chabot?
Sure, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, Councillor Schmidt, you're up.
Chef Schmidt. Regardless of how this vote goes today, we need to focus on the new land use bylaw. So is there anything we should be aware of as far as any amendments that or motions arising we plan to bring that could further delay work from administration and council on the new land use bylaw, just as far as timing and our strategy sessions that are coming up as well?
Councillor Schmidt, from what we have, what has been shared with administration so far, we don't believe that there's anything that would delay Calgary Plan or the zoning bylaw. Of course, once we get into the June 16th conversation with council, there may be a different direction that we would hear at that time. But from out of today, we don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. My next question is around data with land uses under RCG that have been deferred from our public hearing agenda since this was passed in August 2024, including, if possible, the specific built forms like semis, duplexes, rows, and towns. So essentially, what, should this pass today, what changes will we see as far as the regular public hearing workload? If that's a fair question to ask right now.
I can take that. So since rezoning for housing up until the end of 2025, we had 639 applications for various forms of housing that were not allowed under the previous land use district. Of those, almost all of them would require an individual public hearing. The only exceptions are when you have single detached dwellings. So we have narrow lot single detached dwellings that have happened since then. And so there's about 20 of those, there's 40 of those, so about 20 applications. So you're looking at about 620 rezoning applications to enable the same amount of housing. Works out to about 41 applications for every council public hearing. Did that answer your question?
Yes, so just to be clear, we may see an average of 41 more applications per public hearing if this passes today.
Yeah, for the same amount of development, the same amount of housing, if that was to continue under a regime of individual land use applications, it would have been that 620-ish applications, so roughly 40 per council hearing.
And is it possible right now to get a sort of a ballpark or average figure of how much a public hearing costs with administration, council, developer time, sort of what we would expect pre-rezoning, during rezoning, and after rezoning, if that makes sense, with the increased workload?
We would be estimating, because we would be saying that exactly the same amount of land use applications would come forward that were enabled through development permits that we've seen over the last 19 or 20 months. The reality is we might not see that same amount, or we may see more. The average public hearing, depending on the length of time, so if we only take a standard 1 day, could range between $35,000 and $50,000. That depends. I will heavily caveat that. The public hearings prior to rezoning did have, on average, 40% additional items, which would be between 1 and 2 days worth of time. We are seeing much lower volumes that come to council for land use amendments right now. So that would heavily caveat that number. It would depend on how many were coming in as well.
But overall, we would expect our public hearing agendas to grow significantly if this passes today.
We would see more land use amendments. You are correct.
Thank you. And then we heard a lot of discussion as well around infrastructure capacity. Are we able to get any clarification from administration on how we measure infrastructure capacity when it comes to established area development? And then I will ask a follow-up to that.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. I'll ask Ms. Troy to comment on that, please.
Sorry, can you clarify what you mean by how we measure?
Or how we often hear that we don't have enough, that our infrastructure capacity in established areas can't support the growth that we're seeing. Do we have any more firm data around how we're able to assess that, and if it is able to support what we're seeing?
Certainly, we did provide a report in December 2025 kind of clarifying infrastructure capacity status, and then we also provided a briefing in February as well. Generally, for our CG type development, our infrastructure can support additional incremental capacity just based on how it's designed. We know for example, from a water perspective, Our water pipes provide both potable water use for domestic use as well as fire protection. And typically within a community, fire protection is what's driving that size. And so when we see incremental population, it doesn't necessarily translate into needing an upsize or an upgrade. It's more about the built form that we see and the type of fire protection that might be required, as an example. And so typically our best opportunity to assess infrastructure capacity is at the development permit stage when we have more color or more information on the type of built form that we're expecting. It's not always a linear connection to population increase.
Okay, thank you. And the follow-up, I need to keep this short, but is there any estimates or information we have about costs of maintaining and operating our infrastructure in greenfield versus established area growth? Because that was something that came up as well.
So there was a study completed in 2009 and then updated again in 2020 that did do a high-level analysis on comparing the cost of future infrastructure for a more compact growth scenario versus a dispersed scenario. And what we do know is when we expand our infrastructure systems like roads and pipes, it does come with an incremental cost. And so that's what those studies really demonstrated is as your city grows and your systems expand, you will have incrementally more operation and maintenance costs as well as initial capital to extend those systems further.
And what about data around usage efficiency and infrastructure efficiency overall when we look at established versus greenfield?
I would say generally we know that growth is most efficient when we get to leverage existing infrastructure capacity, and I think that's very true for both a greenfield and an established area context.
And finally, zero lot lines. Do they require mutual agreement between landowners and an easement that has to be in writing and registered on title, or do they just happen? Is it something that requires discussion between the affected landowner and the landowner who wishes to build with a zero lot line?
So in the example, Councillor, that you just gave, where it's in an established area that's going to a zero lot line, yes, consent from both landowners is required, and yes, a restrictive covenant is placed on each title to enable the access for the other side. In a new area, the agreement is not required because the landowners are not there. It's built as a purpose-built zero lot line, but the restrictive covenant is also registered.
Okay, and I'm out of time, so.
Thank you. Councillor Yule, please.
We need to finish? Or we're going to go back to
I'll go back to Councillor Chabot after the queue here.
Just want to confirm some things. I've been telling Ward 3 that this doesn't really affect us. We had a chart when we first voted to start this process of by ward how many RCG development permits have come through. Do we have an updated chart that we can display?
Yeah, we do have one. If clerks can come grab, just got a paper copy here. I'm sorry, I don't have a, or if someone can.
Maybe I'll run it over to Mr. Lee, and then you can put it on the overhead.
And as he displays that, you are correct, Councillor Yule, that Ward 3 does not have a single application that is affected by rezoning for housing.
And do we have an estimated population growth that this represents of these RCG development permits over the last 20 months?
Very roughly, it'll be about 9,500 people. That's just applying what we know for occupancies from our last civic census and breaking down between row housing and secondary suites and things like that. It's rough, but it's around 9,500.
So essentially, we've created a community the size of Harvest Hills in my area across the city rather than out in the greenfield. We have it kind of spread out through the city through this blanket rezoning.
Yes, and just to caveat that, a lot of those units, referencing back to the quarterly report on rezoning for housing, a lot of those units are just currently under construction or they're in the development permit process. We have around 64 as of the end of 2025 that are occupied. So there's a large number that are, I think, 840 that are under construction or were under construction at the end of 2025. And then we have the bulk of them that are actually still in the development permit process or in the building permit process. So all of that is, you're right, but it hasn't happened yet. It's slowly coming through the pipeline.
Right. And maybe touching on, like, what are we grandfathering in? If this gets repealed today, we heard from a resident in Ward 7, Cheryl Sellinger, who is concerned of the uncertainty of where they are in the process. And so a development permit, when does that be considered grandfathered into what happened before?
So the notice of the motion states that applications that were enabled by the original rezoning for housing that are submitted prior to first reading of this repeal bylaw are qualified for exemption. So just by virtue of submitting an application for a development permit for a use that would otherwise be rendered non-conforming post-repeal qualifies for them to keep their existing RCG. So the person that spoke, I believe, if I recall, had submitted for, was it a semi-detached or was it a row house? Because if it was a row house, they would automatically qualify for exemption. But if it was a semi-detached, we'd have to investigate a bit further and confirm whether or not. But that was the state of the motion. So a permit submission is sufficient to qualify for the exemption if it was submitted prior to first reading of this bylaw, of this repeal.
So there could be a lot of people who've relied on this certainty, and like she said, they've spent over $10,000 even before getting to the development permit process. So I guess are we adding more uncertainty for some applications?
To be honest, Councillor, there is uncertainty if that particular person has not submitted an application yet, because they would not have been able to qualify for an exemption.
Okay. Maybe just switching gears to legal. Has there ever been precedent for unrequested downzoning in Calgary?
In Calgary, I would, it's certainly uncommon if there were cases. But that said, I do want to make clear that council has the authority to determine what districts to put on what parcels and what uses to be in each district. So council certainly has the authority to narrow or expand the range of uses that would be available on parcels.
So the question before the previous council was to add uses across the board to everybody's property. Is there more or less legal risk in a blanket removal of uses from people's property? I feel like we're being asked to do something very different than the previous council in taking away land uses. Is there more legal risk, same legal risk?
I would say that assuming that the appropriate process is followed, again, council has the authority to add uses to a district or to a parcel or to remove them.
Okay. Maybe touching back on LAPs, when will Ward 3 see an LAP?
Thank you, Councillor Yule. The sequencing and priority of local area plans, and we use local area plans to mean area redevelopment plans right now, but Ward 3 has 2 area structure plans currently that are in the works and underway, which would be considered a form of local area plan. But I do know that you're meaning the other type. We really want to make sure those areas that don't have any policy or are already seeing redevelopment have modernized policy in place to help growth and change. For many, many years, the Riley Local Area Plan had a very large community inside it, the West Hill Hearst community, that had 0 policy in place. And for almost 10 years, they received quite a bit of redevelopment happening, which we would then use the Municipal Development Plan as our sole policy source when we're looking at development applications. And so we're really trying to make sure that those areas that are already seeing it are kind of top of our list on the local area plans. With that, though, that we know that it is kind of moving out, and it would be a dream of community planning to get there just as redevelopment starts to happen, or even a little bit in advance in some of the areas that we know have potential to see redevelopment in the near future. And so your ward, as an example, with the Green Line in the future along Centre Street, has a lot of opportunity for local area plans.
So with an LAP, like, again, don't have any, so I don't know enough about it, but can we prescribe growth to these LAPs in the inner city?
That is exactly the function, is to guide growth and change. So it's saying these are areas as a community that we can see growing and changing in the future.
Like with an actual number of growth?
So are you meaning
like
this
amount
of population,
yes,
as an example?
Can we do that as a council, say this is how much we want to put in this LAP?
I would say we can't do that because ultimately it's the market and it's homeowners and Calgarians who decide where they want to move. What we do when we look at an LAP, we don't plan by number. We don't just say, hey, let's plan for 15,000 and whether you like it or not, you're getting that. What we do is we talk to communities about where does growth make the most sense in these communities. And sometimes the growth is going to be less than that. Sometimes it's going to be more. We try to be ambitious in terms of that so that we had the flexibility. So if we have if we have a year like 2024, 2025, we're able to accommodate that growth, and we're not surprising communities about where that growth is happening. So we are fairly ambitious with our LAPs, but we don't plan by number. We don't, dictate to communities, this is how much you shall accept. It is, where does this make sense?
Okay, thank you. I think I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, can I go back to you? And if we don't mind, just maybe set the clock back to, let's call it 2 minutes. I stole some time for you. Oh, no.
No, it's okay. I'll go to gents. So I'm not sure what the right process is. I've got a bunch of proposed amendments that I want to make specifically to recommendation number 4 under the definitions for RCG. And I was hoping maybe administration could weigh in a little bit on the rationale as to why we selected those particular ones that are included in my amendment, so that council has at least an idea on why it is that I'm proposing only utilizing those 4, and then subsequently responses with regards to the other 2 that are being proposed and the best path forward for those ones. Before I ask other questions. I don't know if that's appropriate or not.
Do you want to save time on the specific piece, perhaps when the motion has been moved, and then I can recognize you on an amendment to number 4, and then we could have a sub-conversation about specifically that section if you have more commentary and questions about the overall motion.
And then the question will be what happens with all the rest of the proposed amendments and whether or not those can actually be still considered on a go-forward basis for future amendments.
I think Jim Hamilton, did you want to attempt that?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I concur with the mayor. It might be more fruitful to have that conversation once the amendment is made and folks can see what we're talking about. Is that fair?
Yeah, and so if there's no other questions, I'm more than happy to move the recommendations, at least 1, 2, 3, and 5. I'm not sure.
I will go first to Deputy Mayor Jamieson, and then I'll come right back to you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My friend, I've heard a lot of frustration about parking, not to get too much into this, but it is a real issue. So do you have the statistics as to the average number of cars per residential unit?
Through the chair, I do not have those statistics with me right now, but the city did undertake a major review of its parking strategy a couple of years ago and determined that the majority of residential streets are actually not overparked, that they have sufficient parking capacity. And you may recall at that time, quite a few of the residential parking permit zones were actually removed because they were not actually necessary. And if a street is reaching that capacity limit, then the city can implement a residential parking permit area, which limits the number of vehicles that can be parked on the street. Anecdotally, of course, I think most families have more than one car. But as I mentioned earlier in my response to Councillor Clark, it is very hard to determine the accurate number for each and every single home because some people may only have one vehicle or no vehicles, and another home may have 3 or 4. So how do you determine the right number? And again, when it comes to residential streets, there is capacity on the streets. It may be sometimes inconvenient to walk a couple of doors down, but the capacity is there.
Councillor Jameson, I'd also refer you to Attachment 8. There's some data in Attachment 8 that may assist, and maybe Mr. Blaschuk could walk us through some information. Attachment 8. Oh,
yes,
it's here.
I'm here. Good morning, Council. Chris Blaschuk, Manager, Calgary Parking. So there is data in Attachment 8 that does show on page 8, I believe, cars owned in Calgary by housing type. And you can see just the different nature of the different types of development. So obviously, you know, homes with more vehicles tend to be single, detached, or semi, and then that drops off as you get into row home apartment and another type of multi-unit. Mr. Mueller spoke about parking congestion and how it's managed on the street, you know, and listening to the public feedback. I think it's important for council to keep in mind the parking lane does exist in the community to be used. Some folks, I think, have a perception that if there's anyone using the lane, that there's a parking concern. But our intention is not to preserve the lane, for it to be vacant, right? So obviously, as individuals move into areas, and there's uniqueness within each home, as we know, and we get different parking concerns that get called in, the streets will fill up. The residential parking program is available to address congestion, and that's resident-driven, so they will request that at the time that they think it's needed. But I would also just point out, most of the parking congestion in neighborhoods is from major generators. It's not from other residential, so it's being near the university, the hospital, downtown areas. There's just that much more demand for parking from those uses than their neighbors.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I've heard a number before. It's 1.6 per household, but I just wondered if you could confirm that or not, but it doesn't sound like we have that kind of granular data.
Yeah, it sounds in that ballpark from what I remember as well, and obviously it just depends on the type of use. So, you know, I think it's important to keep in mind, you know, thinking about the row home form that's encouraged through the RCG district, the secondary suites, like folks. The reason why Mr. Mueller mentions it's complicated, there's just a bunch of factors going on when somebody chooses where to live. You know, what is that on-street capacity? How many cars do I have? Am I going to change the amount of cars I have? You know, maybe I'm moving into somewhere that has less parking with the intention of reducing a car. We see this in the Beltline, actually. One thing that's interesting with the changes we had with residential parking is we offered a permit that was priced equivalent to the off-street parking, and we see people who move to areas like the Beltline, they'll buy it initially, but only use it for a few months because they really are moving there because they want to have less reliance on vehicles. They may still have one, but so there's just a bunch of sort of interplay that occurs combined with that individual uniqueness of just different property owners. You know, there are people in single-family homes that have 0 cars, so they have extra parking, but others, as you can see in Attachment 8, have 4+, and those ones where parking enforcement usually gets a call to come visit and make sure everything's being orderly. So,
yeah, no, thank you for that. Why secondary suites is not counted, you know, the way it's kind of beyond me. But you know, maybe that's something we can look at as a council here. But it does. There is an affordability aspect that ties to this, though, because I do understand that units are less expensive that don't have necessarily designated parking. And I'm just wondering if we have the statistics on how many of those, I guess, lower price units that assume that there's no vehicle, specifically, would we know if in fact those people living in those units actually do have vehicles? And then, you know, they would be parking them in front of someone else's house or in front of a business, but specifically to do with those lower cost units that are assuming the residents don't have a vehicle, but actually do have a vehicle. Do you have the statistics on that?
I don't know the car ownership rate by secondary suite, occupants. I think that's what you're asking. But I would remind council too, like the first location they'll probably park is in front of their own parcel. It's not automatically in front of a neighboring parcel. Obviously, if the area is congested, that can happen. I don't know if a team at the Horseshoe has any stats on that specifically.
I would like to point to where we do know the data on parking and no parking, which is where we have purpose-built multifamily housing in apartments that have zero parking. And so we have been seeing this in areas like the East Village. We have some circumstances in Bridgeland as well where they default to just having the required parking to accommodate loading and unloading, accessible stalls, which are mandated through building code, and any other if there's commercial requirements. And what we see in those areas is the tenants or the people that are choosing to purchase those are purchasing eyes wide open. They're often in times that already, or in areas that already have parking permit programs in place. And in a condition of their development permit, we note that they are not entitled to go into a parking permit program as a result of making sure, so those are the belts and braces that we have where we see zero parking provided, and we ensure that zero parking is then provided. On suites, as an example, I understand Council's earlier question, Councillor Clark, about a 0.5 of a suite. When parking rates are being determined, we are looking specifically to incentivize in some ways that where we're only having a half a suite or one parking for two suites, that it's reflective of size, as an example, of the development and the context. So if we're in a circumstance, because these are all discretionary permits, where there would be zero street parking, like it's adjacent to an area where there would be zero street parking permitted, that dictates how we review the permit. So if they're proposing zero and they have no opportunity to have that, that could mean less units, as an example, or further provision on site, so increasing the amount that they can put on site.
And if I may, just to add to that, as Mr. Morris pointed out earlier, when suites were introduced to the city, they were quite rare. And when they really picked up speed in the last 10 years, it was primarily because they were an affordable option for people and an option to supplement their mortgage payments. And parking and providing a parking stall or a garage on site can add significantly to the cost. And as has been pointed out, people are given the choice of selecting the type of home that meets their needs. And again, public on-street parking is public. There is no law or rule that says only the homeowner may park there, and you may not park in front of someone else's home.
You know, and I fully understand that how the law works, but in reality, you know, that's not how it usually plays out in communities. You know, people get very annoyed when random vehicles are parked in front of their house, especially when they want to park in front of their own house. And I know what you're saying is factually correct. That's just not usually how it plays out in communities. People, it becomes a very contentious issue. And I just think it's not being given enough attention. It's a bigger issue than I think we're not making it out to be. And that's my opinion, but that's all to do with that subject, so thank you. Just kind of to touch on, Councillor Ewell, will Ward 12 ever see an LAP?
I'm going to make Mr. Shivers answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Just like him, we look at the redeveloping areas that have, eventually, probably not in the short term, because Ward 12 is mostly a greenfield community. It's mostly new communities built kind of post-90s. So we will eventually get there, but as Director Goldstein said, local area plans include area structure plans. So you have area structure plans in your ward. Councillor Ewell has a new one, that's with Natos and Ipi. So we are doing that as well. So we look at those situations, but in terms of what we'll call the area redevelopment plan, it might take a while as we focus on the areas that are seeing more redevelopment.
So you're saying I might have to be a councillor as long as Councillor Chabot here to
forever
see an LAP?
Well, I will note that you actually do have an LAP in your area.
Yes.
The small industrial area is attached to the Ward 9 community of Carburn. So you have a local area plan already.
That's not the one I was referring to, but yes, thank you for that. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Maybe first a question just to follow up on parking. If we move down to page 9 on this document here, there's, this guide, location of cars. Oh, no, I think it's still going, maybe? Cars owned. Next graph, location of cars parked in Calgary by housing type. So it has the row homes and townhomes. And so am I reading this right, that like the park off-street only is lower percentage-wise, or is higher, and we have actually lower on-street parking by percentage in row homes and townhomes than we do for single detached and duplex and semi-detached there? Am I?
Through the chair, this chart is showing that. What it is showing is, for example, in row home or townhome, parking on street only is lower than that same proportion in the single detached.
Okay. And can you explain what the another type of multi-unit is on the end, like what that would contain?
I would say, sorry, I can't see your Councillor Atkinson or your block, but I am speaking to you. Another type of multi-unit, typically secondary suites, but there's also various institutional type uses. So non-apartment condo uses. So sometimes these are institutional developments and things like that. So group homes and things like that, but primarily suites.
Primarily suites is what that makes up. Okay, that's great. I'm going to follow up a bit on what Councillor Schmidt was talking about infrastructure. Have we ever turned down an RCG townhouse or townhome or row home application because of infrastructure capacity concerns?
Yes, my understanding is there is one that has been refused.
Okay, so we are doing that work of vetting the
Correct.
the infrastructure, and we have actually turned that down in the past. We had a lot of concerns about affordability during the public hearing, and maybe first I want to talk, Chief Hendry, if I could, ask you this interplay between sort of market rate housing, RCG housing, and potentially we heard from some different housing suppliers sort of in the capital A affordable space around the concerns around how this might impact their ability to deliver. Can you talk us a bit through the interplay you see between capital A affordable housing and what we're voting on today?
For sure. Through the chair to Councillor Atkinson, I appreciate the question. I think it's really important to define two terms at the top, which is housing affordability and affordable housing. And so rezoning for housing is focused on that first one, on housing affordability. So that's focused on the entire market and working to make that market function efficiently so that prices can be as low as possible across the entire spectrum. And then we have affordable housing. Affordable housing is something that is created, I'll call, with direct intention. And so it's something that's created with subsidies or capital support or land or ongoing operating subsidies from levels of government or philanthropic efforts. And so the interplay between the two, getting to your question, is that those who are currently occupied in affordable housing, they may be able to make that leap to housing affordability. But if that gap between direct subsidized housing and the market is too large, they get stuck. And they occupy resources that are needed by other people, and they're not able to participate in the wider market itself. So where what is before you today becomes immensely important is that it is looking at providing options across the spectrum, price ranges, product forms across the spectrum, all across the city, that allow our affordable housing providers, as well as the individuals using the affordable housing, to make that jump into market housing that is now made more affordable due to the decisions that we are making today, and of course, other decisions that we make every day as administrators and as council.
So one piece that we heard a lot of concern around from the public was this like affordability piece, and that sort of the house that was there, you know, was a X, you know, $100,000 bungalow, and what goes up in its place is 4 of basically the equivalent cost, but in a row home or a townhome. Can you speak at all about sort of how that's actually addressing affordability? Is it addressing affordability if we're sort of just taking down a bungalow and turning it into row homes of around the same price point?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question as well. I can appreciate the sentiment from those speakers that were here and represented that point of view. There's also an additional sentiment that was also represented during the public hearing of anything brand new is going to be more expensive, right? It's brand new. The reason the 1950s bungalow is relatively inexpensive is because 1950s was 76 years ago. The homes created today, the items created today are fundamentally going to be more expensive than older items. What is important in that discussion, though, is we are, and there was some comments on this in the public hearing, very economic, wonky terms, but we're creating filtering effects and we're creating vacancy chains. And what those mean in more plain English is that we are turning 1 unit into 2 units, or maybe 1 unit into 4 units. We are creating 4 new items that are expensive because they are brand new. But as they age, 50 years, 70 years from now, 20 years from now, frankly, based on the data from CMHC and other orders of government, is that they become more affordable. And now we have 4 homes for Calgarians that was previously just 1. And it's why I think you heard a lot in the public hearing as well as from administration around the time that this policy has been in effect, and earlier comments from Manager Shrivers around how many have actually been built to date and how many are in process in the system. We need time for the affordability and for the market effects to truly take effect.
So then is part of the unaffordability that we're dealing with today because of building patterns really that we saw decades ago? Like, is that a part of sort of the experience that we're having in this moment of housing and affordability?
That's completely accurate. To use hard data, I would point to a chart that I picture in my brain, to the housing needs assessment that we did in 2023. And what that demonstrated is that if you went back to 1991, there was about 17.5% of our population was in need of affordable housing. If you fast forward all the way to 2023, that number is 17% are in need of affordable housing. And that graph is astonishingly level. But what has changed in that time is in 1991, we were approximately a city of 700,000 people. And today, we are approximately 1.65 million people. And so although the need on a percentage basis is the same, the number of Calgarians that are impacted is now no longer 150,000, give or take. It is now north of 300,000 Calgarians that are struggling with their housing every day. And so back to your question around this backlog, that backlog has existed and has been growing, and it is why there was a strategy around housing that was created, a task force that was assembled, recommendations that were made, and actions, one of which is rezoning for housing, that we are taking to work to correct some of these historic issues around housing.
Would it be fair to say that the affordability that we're creating today is like generational affordability? Is that really what this is speaking to?
That's correct. Data from a variety of different economists shows that housing effectively gets more affordable by about 1% a year and levels out at around 70%. What that means is it takes about 30 years for something built today to become affordable to the average or the median income 30 years from now. And it ticks down at 1% every year. And so it's a very gradual process. It's a very long process. And it's something that the sooner we can start it, the better.
Thank you. Thanks for
And
that.
if I may just add there, I think we shouldn't forget about the suites, right? So we have about, with all the housing that's been enabled, there's about 2,000 suites that have been enabled through rezoning for housing. So that's immediate affordability because, yes, the row homes are expensive or the semis are expensive, but the suites are an affordable housing. So that's an immediate provision of, I don't know, is it big A affordability or small A affordability? I forget which one we use, but that's affordability that's being delivered through that rezoning.
Sorry, are you
Small A.
speaking to the homeowner who owns that or the
person who's going to be renting that suite that was enabled through rezoning for housing?
Gotcha.
There's about 2,000 suites that have been enabled through that process.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Councillor Johnston, and then I believe we may have exhausted questions. So after that, Councillor Chabot to move the item.
Sorry, how many of those suites were subsidized by city grants or provincial grants or federal grants?
Maybe I'll ask Mr. Hendry as well, but those, yeah, I'll have to ask Mr. Hendry or someone else to speak to that subsidy of suites.
Hi, Councillor Johnson. Mike Malachy, Director of Development, Building Business Services. So we have approximately 6,300 incentivized.
And how many weren't incentivized?
They're all incentivized.
Right. Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you. Over to Councillor Chabot to introduce the item.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank administration for all the great work that you've done in providing us guidance on navigating this path to bring forward this repeal bylaw. It's essentially what it is. It's not really a repeal. It's a reintroduction of a land use district that existed prior to the previous land use amendment that was made in 2024. I had committed to doing this, at least to bring this forward. We heard from a lot of members of the public. We received a lot of submissions as far as written submissions, and I think the majority overall between the written and the public submissions still is overwhelmingly in favor of us moving forward with this redesignation, which is why I'm proposing that we move recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 5 to be dealt with at the same time, but I think there may be a requirement for us to deal with recommendation number 4 first, because I believe recommendation number 5 incorporates some of the proposals in the definitions under recommendation 4. I could be wrong on that, but I do have an amendment that I want to propose as well for recommendation number 4 that incorporates some of the proposed definition changes that had been introduced by Councillor Winus, specifically in regards to lot coverage, zero lot line, the parking regulations, as well as the height. And those 4 specifically, administration has indicated that they have been modeled with administration and that they can be implemented and are supported by the development industry. And so this is a way of implementing some additional restrictions under RCG immediately before we do a more comprehensive review of all of the recommendations under 4I. But we can also, as part of the motion arising that's also going to be proposed here for me, includes at least another one of the amendments that looks at some other things, such as the front yard setbacks, and I believe Councillor Atkinson wants to propose something in relations to the density modifier as it relates to 4 by right versus or 8 by right versus 3/6 by right. Anyways, I'm not sure the best process to move forward, but I would like to move forward with at least 1, 2, 3, and 5, and to deal with 4 separately and proposing those 4 amendments. So if 4 is the one that we need to deal with first, then I'm happy to do that. But I think 1, 2, 3 stand alone, and as far as moving forward with the amendments, and 5, I believe, has more to do with is that the maps predominantly? Oh no, textual amendments, that's all the ones that we are approved subsequent to the blanket rezoning. So 5, of course, stands alone, and I think it's a critical one to be able to continue to move forward in a more accelerated fashion, especially in the greenfield, to allow them to continue to go directly to a building permit versus development permit, then building permit, and there's also the daycare rule to make it a use on all the low density housing types rather than having to go to council for a land use change. I can't remember, there's a couple other ones too, number of biking parking stalls, I think. Anyways, I can't remember all, but I do know that they were minor in nature, and council supported them quite strongly, and they actually made sense. It helped us to accelerate the approvals process. So, council, I hope you can support this. It is only step 1, essentially, because as we heard from many members of the public, there's a desire to re-engage in a new process, a more focused, strategic, planned focus methodology on a more broad brush approach to redesignation of properties through local area plans. But we also heard from the public that they wanted to be re-engaged before we actually move forward with any of those major kind of undertakings, such of a larger percentage of homes being designated by the city, that they wanted to get engaged in that process. So essentially what I'm looking to do is go back to square one so that we can actually design something that's a built-in Calgary a plan that addresses the need for more housing and affordability and community buy-in, which I think ultimately will result in lower costs because we'll be able to move forward in a more accelerated fashion. So that's my open. Try and address any issues that are raised during debate in my close.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. To your point here, I'm going to ask perhaps legal, GM Hamilton, and clerks to weigh in on how to achieve that intent of having 4 separate, whether it's potentially voting on the recommendation separately as a group, whether it's an amendment at that point to delete or strike number 4, or if it's done post first reading. Just from the mechanics of this, I want to make sure that from a governance standpoint that the decision ultimately is not can be upheld from a process standpoint.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take a start and then look to my 2 colleagues to weigh in. Councillor Chabot, we did have a meeting yesterday based on all of the amendments that we've received, and discussed probably the easiest and cleanest way to do this is to move the item in its entirety and then do first reading in the entirety and then do the amendments and then obviously subsequently vote on the different items. And I believe, Mr. Clerk, those items could be called separately at that time?
Correct. So to actually impact the content of the bylaw, the amendments would need to be brought after first reading. With respect to amendments to the main motion, we have 1.4, if you like, set out separately here to be called separately as previously discussed. And amendments to that part of the main motion could certainly be made, but with respect to the impact on the bylaw and what the impact of the bylaw will be, the amendments will need to be brought after first reading.
Thank you. So just so that we're crystal clear at this point, we will, when we get ultimately to the vote on this set of recommendations, we'll have 1, 2, 3, and 5, and 2 as one vote, and then subsequent to that, we'll have just 4. And then that influences what receives the first reading?
Well, the entire bylaw will be given first reading, not just a part of the bylaw. So if council votes to give 3 readings to any part of the bylaw, then the bylaw would be before council for first reading.
So then,
So in other words, amending the main motion here doesn't have the effect of amending the bylaw.
so to be crystal clear, the intent of, if it's council's will to not proceed with number 4, can only be achieved by an amendment that essentially subtracts what section 4 is in the bylaw post first reading?
Correct. If council wishes to amend the bylaw, those amendments need to be brought after first reading under the procedure bylaw.
Mayor, it's one bylaw.
Yep.
So if first reading is given on the entirety, then the amendments can come, and we've got amendments that are coming on different aspects. And then the voting can happen separately, I presume, on second and third?
Yeah, essentially, I mean, there's not just one way to do this. We think the most simple is to consider the recommendations all as a whole, and then you go to the bylaw and take out the pieces of the bylaw that you don't want or make the amendments you don't want. And then we don't have the awkwardness of what happens if 4 fails here, but then the amendments that you approve later don't match. So you don't have to love the whole bylaw. You're not trapped in the whole bylaw if you vote on all those recommendations. You can still bring any amendments to the bylaw, and anything you want to change to the bylaw must be brought as amendments to the bylaw later. And I'm sorry if I made that less clear.
No, I follow you. So, council colleagues and Councilor Chabot, I know your intent is to have a discussion on 4 separately, but based on what we've heard here, we need to introduce the whole bylaw, and then I'll look to you perhaps to do an amendment that is really a deletion of what would be currently within point 4, which would achieve the ultimately the outcome of having a separate debate on 4 and a separate vote. Do you accept that?
Yeah, no, if I may briefly, I'm sorry, I didn't mention that, but the reason that this was advertised the way it was is so that we didn't have to go through a new public hearing for all of these amendments. And so all of the amendments are actually incorporated into the bylaw. And so if you don't want to do it, you actually have to make a motion to withdraw them. And so my amendment to section 4 essentially is that. But I thought maybe we could deal with it separately, but I understand the process is accurate, that the best way forward is to vote on all the recommendations. Once the bylaw is before us, then we can look at what we do or do not want to move forward with regards to 4, which is already incorporated in the bylaw.
Okay. And I have just a process question for our clerk, if you don't mind. So we're going to have this set of recommendations here. Ultimately, we'll have a vote, and if council does approve this recommendations, we'll give the first reading to the proposed bylaw, and then subsequent to the first reading, we'll have myself acknowledging many speakers on potential amendments at that point to the bylaw. Following all of the amendments that may be made to the bylaw, from a process standpoint, do I acknowledge councilors for like final debate on the bylaw as amended subsequent to first reading, or is there no opportunity to be able to do so?
The bylaw itself is voted on as amended, the second reading, but typically there's no debate at the stage of the reading. So the debate will be on the amendments, each individual amendment to the bylaw, not a debate on giving second reading as amended or third reading, authorization for third reading as amended, and so on.
All right, so based on that, colleagues, you have an opportunity now to really speak to the broader issue here. The topic generally, you're not going to have another opportunity based on how the bylaw has changed in the future to kind of recap your thoughts. So now is your opportunity in a more general sense. You'll have a chance on a specific amendment by amendment basis to be able to speak to the specific merits of the specific changes. But after all of those changes are rejected or approved, you're not going to have another opportunity after this. So this is your opportunity to speak in the most general sense to what's in here. You can telegraph what you may like to see added, you might like to see subtracted, but now is your chance to really speak to the broad issue here at hand before we go into the first reading. So over to GM Hamilton. Yeah.
Mayor, if you allow, I'd like to correct a statement that was given to one of Councillor Johnson's questions around secondary suites.
Yep.
If that's okay, I might call my colleague up, Director Malecki, please. But I believe, Councillor Johnson, your question was, have all suites been incentivized? Is that correct?
No, I asked how many have and how many haven't been incentivized.
May I ask Director Malecki to please clarify? Thank you.
Thank you again for the question, Councillor Johnston. There have been 24,000 south of 25,000 registered secondary suites, and 6,000 have been incentivized.
Since when? And
since 2015, there have been 25,000 registered, and since 2024, 6,000.
And how many of those had incentive, had the ability for grants at the time of the application?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so sorry. Since 2015, has there been an incentive?
No, sorry, since 2024.
Okay, so there's only been grants available since 2024 for basement suites? Okay. And since then, how many have gone through the process without receiving subsidy for it?
I'd have to look into that, but I think.
That's okay.
I'll
We can
look
get
into
that
it and
number
I'll
to
come
you
back
later.
with a number for you.
Okay. No, thank you for that.
All right, colleagues, do we have a seconder for the motion on the table? Second by Councillor McLean. So again, this is your
I had
opportunity.
another question regarding this, if this is the time to ask.
What is it about, secondary suites?
No, about what we're talking about right now.
I'll go to at the appropriate point in the queue. We're just now I'm going through the request to speak in the order that they're in the team's chat here. So I'm happy to go to you in the
Sorry,
order.
you allowed Chabot to ask questions before this.
Councillor Chabot had 5 minutes to introduce the item. He's been the mover of the motion, so I'm seeking a seconder for us to be able to go into debate.
But he asked clarification questions.
I understand that. He moved the motion there, and as chair, I had to make a ruling on terms of how the motion was put and how it would be voted on. Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I just have to respect the order here in the queue. I will go to you in hopefully a few moments' time. So this has been seconded by Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean to speak, and again, I'll remind you folks, this is your overall debate for the overall motion. You'll be allowed to debate on the specific amendments as they come up, but there's not going to be a chance again after all of the amendments are baked in or rejected. So over to you, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we spoke at length to the procedure of how this is going to unfold. I started off with that. But anyways, here's what I have to say, colleagues. After weeks from hearing from hundreds of Calgarians at this public hearing, reading through thousands of public submissions, there were clear and consistent themes that emerged from both sides. Calgarians told us that we need more housing. They told us that housing costs are too high. They told us they want input into the developments in their community, and they told us that it takes far too long to build. They also told us that the cost to build in this city is simply too expensive. But here's the hard truth. Blanket rezoning does not address any of those issues. These are issues that fall squarely within the responsibility of our city administration. They are issues we should be holding administration accountable for. It should not take months and years to get development approvals done in the city of Calgary. It should not cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in administration fees just to build a home. Costs are inevitably passed on to home buyers and renters. If we are serious about affordability, if we're serious about increasing supply, then we need to be honest about where the real barriers exist. And the biggest barrier to building more housing is not zoning. It is in this building. It is in our administration. It's in our own rules, our own processes, and our own delays. Blanket rezoning does not reduce the cost of building. It hasn't sped up development timelines. It does not get homes built faster or cheaper. What it has done, however, is divide communities. It has created uncertainty. It has eroded trust. It has attempted to fundamentally change the character of communities across our city without meaningful case-by-case consideration. And that is not how we build strong communities. That is how we that is not how we plan to build a city. We heard clearly from residents across Calgary that they do not want a blanket approach to rezoning. What they really want is engagement. They want common sense planning principles, and they want their elected representatives to do their jobs, to advocate for their communities, and to ensure their voices are heard when changes are proposed. I think back to a town hall that I had in Canyon Meadows before the election. 400 residents showed up to express their frustration and their concerns about a multiplex being pushed mid-block in the middle of their community. We were told during the last blanket rezoning public hearing that residents would still have a voice. But in practice, that has not been the case since blanket rezoning passed. In Canyon Meadows, administration moved forward. Approvals were effectively rubber-stamped. Residents were told that their only recourse was to take the matter to court. And that's not meaningful engagement. That's not transparency, and that's simply not acceptable. Colleagues, almost everyone sitting around this horseshoe made a commitment to Calgarians, a commitment to repeal blanket rezoning. And Calgary responded. They voted clearly and decisively for councillors and a mayor who made that promise. Today is our opportunity to keep that commitment, because blanket rezoning is not how we build community. It is not how we should develop our city. We can and we must do better. I'll be voting for a full repeal of blanket rezoning, and I'll continue to advocate for meaningful changes within administration so that community-supported developments can move faster at lower costs with practical considerations like appropriate parking. Repealing blanket rezoning is about doing growth properly. It's about restoring trust. It's about fixing the real barriers to housing. And it's about ensuring that Calgarians have a genuine voice in the future of their communities. So I ask my colleagues, keep the commitment you made, stand with Calgarians and support full repeal of blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jamieson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, now that the public hearing is over, I want to begin by saying how impressed I am with Calgarians and through all of their thoughtful input that they brought forward. While there is a clear majority of people that oppose blanket rezoning, there is also a strong support for thoughtful densification when and where it makes sense and when communities are a part of the decision. From listening to both sides of the debate, I believe there is a path forward. The path starts today with a full repeal and then taking time to develop a better approach, one that allows targeted densification with meaningful community input. I want Calgarians and Ward 12 residents to feel listened to this time. What we heard was clear. My numbers are approximately 77% of those who spoke and made a submission support a full repeal. Many also supported densification, but only where it reflects community input and respects the character of each neighborhood. In Ward 12, I did my own questionnaire, and it was consistent. About 81% of residents said the city should not continue down a broad densification, except in targeted areas such as transportation corridors and only with direct community involvement. Based on that feedback, I will be voting to support a full repeal. I will not support any amendments that would meaningfully alter the element of the intent of the motion. Calgarians were clear in what they asked for, and a partial measure or incremental changes, I don't believe reflect that. This is an opportunity for us to reset as a new council, to move away from the one-size-fits-all approach and toward thoughtful, community-informed planning. We don't need to rush this. We can take the time to build a framework that earns the confidence of the people that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please. And then I'll be going to Councillor Johnston after that.
This moment has been over a year in the making. I spent much of 2025 knocking on doors in the neighborhoods most directly affected by the redevelopment we're debating today. Not in policy meetings, but on front steps, in kitchens and backyards, talking with people who have built their lives in these communities. And what I've heard there, I've heard again and again over the course of this public hearing. That our redevelopment strategy feels extreme, that it's erasing a community identity that has taken generations to build, and that people who live here don't feel they have a real say in what's happening around them. These aren't isolated concerns. They were raised consistently and thoughtfully and in good faith by people who are not opposed to growth, but who are struggling to recognize themselves in how that growth is being delivered. What the public hearing has done is reveal the real-world impact of a planning strategy developed here on the 4th floor and applied across communities without earning their confidence or consent. We can debate the technical merit, density targets, and growth models, but what we cannot do is ignore the consistency of the message we've heard. When people from different neighborhoods and backgrounds all arrive at the same conclusion, that's not noise, that's signal. The application of blanket rezoning in 2024 didn't just change land use rules, it changed the relationship between this council and the public. By sidestepping a loud, organized community voice, we didn't just move faster, we broke trust. And as the representative for Ward 9, I also feel obliged to raise something more uncomfortable, but just as important. A number of my residents came forward in support of retaining blanket rezoning because they believed it was their only path to housing security, even while acknowledging they would likely never be able to access this form of housing themselves. They were told, either implicitly or explicitly, save this mechanism and hope the benefits will trickle down. I'm old enough to have lived through enough trickle-down strategies to know how this story usually ends. Hope is not a housing strategy, and policies that rely on indirect benefits often leave the most vulnerable waiting the longest. These residents weren't choosing between good options, they were choosing between fear and hope. Fear of losing any chance of security, and hope that something someday might reach them. We owe them better than that. Repealing blanket rezoning is not about stopping growth, it's about using every tool we have, deliberately and honestly, to deliver real affordable housing. Housing people can actually access in neighborhoods that remain livable, connected, and rooted. Today's vote is about legitimacy, about restoring trust, and about recommitting to growth that lifts people up, rather than asking them to wait for benefits that may never arrive. A city built with its communities will always be stronger than one built around them. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Johnston, please.
Yeah, sorry. My question is actually quickly for admin here. If I wanted to separate these before it hits the floor, can I do that now?
Councillor Johnston, my understanding from clerks, legal, as well as GM Hamilton is that it needs to be voted as one in order to have legal standing. And the intent of voting against 4 can be achieved by placing an amendment, which I understand Councillor Chabot will be placing an amendment after first reading that achieves the outcome of deleting number 4. Or the portion of number 4. Maybe I'll ask GM Hamilton to please weigh in.
Thank you, Mayor. As we said earlier, it's our preference to do first reading on the entire bylaw as a whole and then start to talk about amendments. As Councillor Chabot mentioned, an amendment is coming forward to number 4. Councillor Johnson, depending on, and it's not my call to call things separately, I'll leave that with the chair, but if we are to move the entire bylaw as one, there is also the opportunity for you to make an amendment to delete section 4 of the bylaw, which is aligned with recommendation 4 up here.
Okay,
Does that make
so
sense?
My debate is that Chabot himself said that this was brought up to prevent a public hearing. It was also one of his, I think he seconded number 4, and he wants to amend it on the floor, again, to prevent a public hearing for it. I think we should split that off of the main motion and vote it separately before it hits the floor. And that's what I would like to do.
Point of procedure. We beat this horse to death, Councillor Johnson. We've already said, we all know the procedure. What you're asking has already been explained.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. A couple of things here. I'm going to go to legal to just reinforce what my interpretation is here. Is it your ruling, or ultimately I'm going to make a ruling here, but I just want to make sure council hears the advice of what we should do from a process standpoint to make sure that any decision we make is not subject to challenge.
Just to be clear, it is possible for you to break off pieces if you want to.
Yes,
Our
please.
recommendation was not to, so that we didn't run the risk of having inconsistency between what you vote on with these pieces and what you later vote on with amendments. But that said, you could proceed to call them separately should council choose.
But to be clear, it's not your legal advice to do so.
My recommendation is to vote on them together and then just specifically vote on, bring forward all the amendments to the bylaw that you want.
Okay, so the entirety of this was presented in February or whenever it was posted online as is, and so people spent 3 months thinking this is what they were coming to speak about, and it's your legal opinion that we should change it on the floor instead of vote for what it is?
Through the chair, no, Councillor, I don't see that as my legal opinion. All of the pieces that are before you are included in the bylaw now, the advertised bylaw. So all of those pieces are before you, and the public had the opportunity to be aware of them.
Right,
but that doesn't mean you have to approve the bylaw exactly as it is. You have the ability to make amendments.
I understand that, but I think we should vote on it as it stands, as it was presented
Understood,
to the
Councillor
public.
Johnston.
So I would like
my
to-
ruling is to call this as one body based on the advice that we've gotten from legal as well as city administration.
Can we put it to a vote then, to separate it?
If you would like to challenge the ruling of the chair.
I would like to challenge the ruling.
So
of the chair.
your motion, Councillor Johnston, is I believe that the ruling of the chair be upheld. Is that right, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor. We'll just prepare that.
Do I not have a right to ask for separation of the vote?
So based on what we just heard, my ruling is no, not on this, based on the advice from city administration and legal. Is there a seconder for this challenge to the chair? Okay, seeing no seconder, no challenge proceeds. That's my ruling.
Okay, so
Thank
we
you, Council.
will vote on the amendments. Okay, thank you.
Do you have further debate on the topic, Councillor Johnston?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
All right, over to Councillor Tyers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Blanket rezoning was something I heard a lot about repeatedly during my campaign. Calgarians told me how they felt their voices had been removed from the conversation regarding the future of their community. They felt that they were ignored when they came to City Hall in 2024 and spoke out against this policy before it was implemented. Specifically, Ward 1 residents in Bowness and Varsity told me about how these changes fueled permanent changes to the character of their communities and placed strain on the infrastructure that they rely on. Today, we have the opportunity to reverse this disastrous policy. I will be voting for a complete repeal of blanket rezoning with no amendments. The question before Council is repeal, yes or no? In my view, the public deserves a clear answer to that question, not a version rewritten on the floor. Calgarians did not participate in a public hearing to rewrite the rules for RCG, and many of the presenters who I listened to made that point very clear. We must take the time to listen to Calgarians on the changes that they want to see in their communities. We have learned that we cannot leave Calgarians out of these vitally important conversations. Throughout the hearings, I heard many good suggestions that will allow Calgary to have a clear, community-focused development. I'm eager and committed to working with my colleagues to get this right for Calgarians. Let's repeal today and fix it tomorrow.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Ward, please.
Yes, so obviously this has been a very, very big issue in Ward 11. When we look at the count of redevelopments due to blanket rezoning, Ward 11 is second in that, only behind Ward 7. A lot of the things that I've heard, during this public hearing, during door knocking, during the campaign, during town halls, is a loss of trust. Is residents just don't feel like they're being heard anymore. And so my goal here today is to hopefully put us onto the path of rebuilding trust with residents, not only in Ward 11, but in the whole city. And, hearing stories from people from both sides of the argument, people that were in favor of keeping this, it brought me back to my own situation in life back in, the early 2010s. I was a renter. Me and my wife rented a basement suite just off 17th Ave that was probably smaller than the size of my kitchen now. But at the time, that's what we could afford, and we had to make sacrifices. And was it great? No. I'm surprised we're married, to be honest. But in life, you overcome challenges, and you work hard to get to where you are. And even in 2013, we rented a suite in Haysboro. Again, not ideal, but we went with what we could afford. And even back then, I remember, we talk about a housing crisis nowadays. Back then, I remember we viewed 2 suites that day, and the landlord told us, if you don't put down a deposit right now, you're not getting this, because there just was no suites at that time. To me, that was a true housing crisis, because if we didn't put down our deposit at that very moment, we didn't have anywhere to live. So I think we're in a much better situation today. Is it perfect? No, I don't think it ever will be. But I believe that, there's developments coming in Ward 11 that, maybe aren't even public yet, but we have lots and lots of good units coming online in Ward 11, Blackfoot Trail, McLeod Trail, Heritage Drive, over by Chinook Mall. So as I've always said from the beginning, I am not opposed to building housing, and we're going to build more housing in Ward 11, and I look forward to it. I just believe that blanket rezoning was not the right tool to do this. There was a reference that over 90% of units that were RCG were approved in the past before blanket rezoning, and that's true, but there were some that were denied, and for very good reason. And now they're just getting automatically approved, and I don't believe that's right. And the residents have made it clear that they don't think that's right either. So, long story short, 24,000 doors knocked, town halls, over 3,000 written submissions to council. I've received the message loud and clear that people want to see this repealed. I believe that there are some good amendments that are in here, but it hasn't been communicated properly, and we haven't had the time to do the engagement on these forthcoming amendments. Again, I think that approving amendments that people have not had a proper say on puts us right back to where we were, and I think that's a mistake that I don't want to make. So I'm voting to repeal it. I'm not interested in amendments today. We have work to do. We're not done. And I want to hear more from my residents to make sure we do this properly, to actually get housing built quicker and more affordably. So full repeal, as promised. That's all.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Schmidt, please.
All right. First time for everything for me. I've written down something for the first time in these chambers because this is important. I want to begin with saying that people in support of repeal are not the enemy. People against repeal are not the enemy. Administration is not the enemy. Developers are not the enemy. Our neighbors who live beside us now, or our neighbors who will live beside us in the future, are not our enemies. There's no system or policy perfect enough to manage the most personal thing in all of our lives, which is the place we call home now or aspire to call home in our future. This should be on all of our minds today. Our decision must come from more than campaign promises or a political calculus, more than what might set us up for re-election 3.5 years from today. Our decision must be about everyone who participated in this public hearing, about everyone who lives in our wards. It must be about Calgary 6 months from now and Calgary 6 years from now. Some messages from this hearing became clear. People love their neighborhoods, they love this city, and they want people to have a home. I know we all tried to rise to this occasion, listening, being open to other perspectives, and sharing ideas with the public and one another. But too often we spoke of housing like it's pollution, something that needs to be relegated to places that are less desirable and kept away from places we value now. That's not how we build a vision for the future, and that's not how we build communities. This must change, and I want us as a council to lead that change regardless of our decision today. We must move beyond a decision based purely on numbers of for or against. Complex city building conversations aren't well served by binary debates or by bundling the question of whether to repeal rezoning together with potential changes to land use rules. A public hearing isn't just a numbers game. It's about the content of what we heard. We must consider Calgarians who aren't able to be here and Calgarians who will be affected by this decision for years to come. After over a week of hearing from other Calgarians, I don't think we're there yet. We heard many submissions that wanted us to provide an alternative and wanted us to have a vision for the future. The structure here created confusion and limited the space for solutions-focused discussion. So much of what we heard demonstrated things needed to change. But it wasn't necessarily about rezoning, it was about things we can fix now. Parking, height, tree canopies, garbage, setbacks. But instead of fixing it, we're tearing it all down. This policy needed a renovation, not a whole new build. The frustration in the community that participated here is deep on both sides. Our votes today will only alleviate that for a short time. And by moving forward with this in its current form, this frustration will grow deeper in ways none of us can predict. Our hard work is just beginning. If we vote to repeal, we must come together and build a new vision for the future. Moving forward, we must support solutions that are future-focused, that accommodate growth affordably with diverse housing options while respecting Calgarians with processes that make sense, engagement that feels genuine, and tools to protect the elements of their communities that make them feel like home. Because ultimately, the only thing we must consider as a council is that all Calgarians deserve a place to call home.
Thank you so much, Councillor. So the lunch break starts at my discretion. I'm just going to go through the various debates here, hear from everybody, and then we'll go to a first reading if the motion were to pass. So hang in there. So I'm not going to interrupt debate before we actually call the question. Councillor Kelly, please.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate that clarification. Colleagues, maybe before I speak to my vote, I should speak kindly about what this public hearing process has required of me. Over the past several days, and in truth, past several months, I've listened to an extraordinary volume of testimony from our neighbors. Me and my team have read thousands of submissions and have heard deeply personal stories from Calgarians on all sides of this debate. And yes, I have been pulled in different directions. Unlike many of you, I did not run specifically on a position as it relates to repealing the blanket rezoning. Instead, I ran to fix it. Unfortunately, where we're at right now in terms of what we have before us, fixing it is not in front of us today. Today is about repeal or don't repeal. As councillors, it's our responsibility to remain open-minded, to be genuinely amenable to persuasion, and I can say without hesitation that I took that responsibility incredibly seriously. But the role we serve is not only to listen, it is to decide. I've been incredibly encouraged by the people coming to speak because of their love of their communities, and that love takes a lot of different shapes, and people have had a lot of different solutions. But the common thread in all of this is that people care. People love their neighborhoods, and they took the time to learn about planning and to come down and share their thoughts with us, and I absolutely love that and thank every single one of them for doing it. After hearing from Ward 4 neighbors, community associations, and Calgarians of all backgrounds over the past several months, and especially over the past many days, I've heard persuasive arguments both for and against. And what I've heard most clearly and unequivocally is the expressed will of my Ward 4 neighbors that citywide blanket rezoning is not delivering the outcomes that for them, and for that reason, I will be voting to repeal the policy. But I want to tell my colleagues here, members of council, that this is not an easy decision nor a painless one. Repeal carries consequences, and those consequences deserve to be stated openly. In Ward 4, where population decline has already strained local services, this decision will affect our ability to provide safe, frequent, and reliable transit. It will influence whether neighborhood schools can remain open. And without a clear, deliberate approach to supporting population growth, it will place additional pressure on property taxes while making the case for infrastructure investment in established communities more difficult. Acknowledging these realities, though, does not weaken this decision. It strengthens it because leadership requires honesty about the trade-offs, not denial of them. What matters most right now is what comes next. And what comes next is addressing each of these challenges through thoughtful, deliberate planning that supports population growth and restores neighborhoods to the vitality that they were designed to have and that they deserve. We must learn from our neighbors who felt unheard and engage with them on where density makes sense and where it doesn't. Right now, that is essential. We've heard from neighbors that row houses and townhouses mid-block don't make sense, but they're okay with, they've told us that they were okay having duplexes in most cases at these locations. We've heard that density near transit corridors can be okay and that this just makes sense to alleviate real parking issues that neighbors face. They've also told us that they want to preserve what makes their communities great and that they're not fearful of real community-led improvements that make them even better. So it is now up to us to make it real and to make it tangible in a way that continues the conversation about how and where that change occurs in a positive way. So yes, I am voting to repeal this policy, but I want to be equally clear that repeal cannot be the end of the conversation. It must be the beginning of a better one rooted in trust, informed by local expertise, and worthy of the city we are responsible for shaping. I'm saying all of this to you because we need to focus on those local area plans. We need to do effective community engagement that makes neighbors feel that they've had a say in the change that's happening in their neighborhoods, and we need this to not be the end of the conversation. This must be the start of the next chapter for how we make Calgary better for Calgarians and for the future Calgarians now and for future Calgarians to come. And I trust each of you have heard the same and will join me in listening to our neighbors and gathering to get to work on building the city that all Calgarians deserve, including our neighbors. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Yep.
There was a vote that was taken previously, and I did vote in a particular way because I was anticipating that we would be able to get through this before lunch. As you mentioned, I think it's important that we attend the economic development function, and I'm just wondering what the best path forward is. And I'm happy to move a reconsideration motion to change my vote, but I also want to have better clarity around what the timelines are that we would need to take to accommodate, continue our work here.
My suggestion, Councillor Chabot, is rather than hearing the will of council that the 12 to 4 was maybe a bit too long, My suggestion might be a revised recess from 2 to 3:45. We'd still come back at 1 o'clock, have an hour of debate, leave at 2 o'clock. We'd have enough time to be there for the core of their function. We'd be able to leave there by about 3:30 and then back in the chamber at 3:45.
And would we be able to at least conclude this vote before we take our break?
Yeah, I would suggest so. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm happy to make that motion to do a reconsideration on the last vote.
So my suggestion, Councillor Chabot, wouldn't be that full 12 to 4, unless that's what you were wishing to reconsider. Otherwise, my personal suggestion at this point would be, based on the will of council to get on with things, perhaps to revise our afternoon recess to be from 2 to 3:45 instead of 3:15 to 3:45.
Agreed.
Okay, that's we have that from Councillor Chabot, second by Deputy Mayor.
If I could just
to speak
also
to that?
add to that, I agree with that, as long as the vote takes place.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jamieson. So will Councillor McLean to speak on adjusting the recess for afternoon.
Just an amendment to that suggestion is just let's forego lunch break and let's just go till we get this done and then we go to CED. Go get some peanuts. We can get this done in an hour or two.
I believe over lunch, there's a couple last-minute meetings council members had with administration just for some of the textual changes, so I wouldn't recommend that, but you could attempt that.
Yeah, we've had lots of time to talk this over. I'll test the will. Let's go through, plow through.
Okay, so first, let's resolve the question of 2 to 3:45, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor McLean, on whether we should scrap the lunch. All right, so up on the screen, we have the adjustment of the recess. So we were scheduled to start our recess at 3:15 through 3:45, and this would just start the recess a little bit earlier at 2 p.m. to allow us to attend the function.
That's for the afternoon break. Yeah.
On this motion, Councillor Johnston, please.
Yeah, if the mayor and Dan want to go to the CED, they have all rights to, but I think we should continue with this hearing as is with no delay.
All right, on that motion from Councillor Chabot, let's engage the e-vote, please. Okay. Or to close, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks for that. And so my intent here is to not stop now, actually, to continue on now, vote on this, and maybe even get into first reading of the bylaw. Who knows, we might even get to second and third reading of the bylaw. This motion that I'm proposing here is only that we take a longer afternoon break, specifically to accommodate the report to the community from Calgary Economic Development. Its intent is to continue on as much as we can up until that time, not to change any of the processes there. But I certainly want to vote on this and then come back at 1 o'clock and vote on the bylaws, and then subsequently whatever amendments might be proposed. But my intent here is not to delay this process now, but rather to take a longer afternoon break to facilitate that process, but still carry on as much as we can up until then, which means who knows, we might even be able to get through all 3 readings before then.
Okay, so Councillor Chabot is closed on that, and just to reiterate, Council passed a motion previously for the lunch break. It empowers me to decide at my will when to bang the gavel. I'm not going to bang this until we hear all of the debates, before we have the e-vote on the recommendations and then the first reading. And then I'll bang the gavel. We'll come back at around 1-ish, and then we'll go into the various motions associated.
No, I'm good with that, because up to the chair, then you could shorten our break and blah, blah, blah. I'm good with this. Let's go.
All right, with that, let's engage the e-vote on adjusting the recess for the afternoon break to be from 2 p.m. to 3:45. And for clarity, it is currently scheduled from 3:15 to 3:45, so this allows for a little bit longer afternoon break.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And that motion is carried 12-3 with Councillors Ward, Johnston, and Wyness opposed. So just to, again, we're going to continue through the debate here from members of council. We're going to go to the vote on it as well as the first reading, and then after that we'll start our lunch, and then we'll come back at a point that's set by depending on how many folks have further debate. So I believe that we had just heard from Councillor Kelly. Over to Councillor Yule, please.
Yeah, I want to start by thanking everyone who took time to present to us here at Council. As someone who did not campaign on any which way on rezoning, the public hearing was extremely important for informing my vote. In fact, my staff hated me. One day I would come into the office after a day of speakers and say I was persuaded one way, and then the next day I was persuaded another way. But I think I was most challenged by the Ward 3 residents who engaged on this issue. The thoughtful Ward 3 representation at the public hearing, at my town hall, in my Ward 3 surveys, and the direct emails to our office has made a big impact on my decision. I want to thank Jessica Barisi on day 2 for bringing a Ward 3 renter's perspective. We are seeing many of our non-market housing, rentable suites, apartments, Habitat for Humanity, all finding their ways to the furthest communities of our city, in areas without transit, without trains, without schools, without amenities. I want to thank Shannon Palmowski on day 3 for detailing how your walkable life before moving to Calgary has changed with the challenges of the car-dependent affordable communities we have in Ward 3 when you moved here. Like you, my family lived on the outskirts of the city because it was what we could afford. Walkability in the burbs has always been a problem because of the volume of traffic in our communities that are siloed by mini highways. Thank you, Nora McGregor, on day 6 for bringing light to the density coming to Ward 3, the cost of sprawl and the loss of wetlands. Sprawl does not come without a cost. If we are unable to grow evenly across the city, the fringes of our city require the attention and our tax dollars. When we voted to start this process of repeal, the official infrastructure deficit was at $7 billion. Since then, we've been informed our infrastructure deficits are much worse, $50 billion range over the next 10 years. I want to thank Mark Hayden for representing the Northern Hills Community Association and their concerns with a full repeal and its effects on the Northern Hills. Highlighting the pre-blanket rezoning response to housing gaps has been filling our green spaces in Ward 3. Over 10 years ago, they converted the Harvest Hills Golf Course to highly dense housing, and a decade later, I still hear about it at the doors. But this focus on fringed housing strategy is what we're going to get if we do a full repeal. The blanket rezoning has been quite effective. We just heard 9,500 residents in a year, and it's been in force. That's a greater population than a community like Harvest Hills in Ward 3. Whether we like it or not, the previous council added land uses across the city, and Calgarians took advantage of the certainty it provided. We heard from Cheryl Sellinger from Ward 7, whose family spent $10,000 before even reaching the DP phase, with that confidence that they would be able to build. The previous council brought in this certainty by adding land rights. Our council will potentially bring about uncertainty and remove land rights. We are about to approve a much riskier blanket rezoning. As much as we want to call it a repeal, it's a blanket rezoning. We're just doing another blanket rezoning. Since we started at City Hall, we've sat beneath this Calgary crest, a crest that's donned with the words onward. We've gotten to see quite a bit of it the last 3 weeks, and it has me wondering, are we moving onward with this blanket rezoning reversal? You've heard, if you've heard through this public hearing that we should do a straight repeal, no amendments, that is what's before us. But if you heard at this blanket or at this public hearing that we need a repeal and replace, that is not what's before us. Right now, it's just a repeal. If you heard that we should be amending the rezoning, that's not what's before us. What's before us is a full repeal. And for me, I have to look at the interests of Ward 3, and this is not a fair deal for us on the fringes of the city. This is not taking this is not spreading the tax burden across the city. This is pushing it to the outskirts, and I just can't support a full repeal until we find something better as a council. And we can do that. We have time. We just have to move onward.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, please.
The motion before us is actually a tale of two different questions, and we've heard that, I think, through the public hearing. There's the question of what are townhomes and row homes and how do they contextually fit, or do they contextually fit within our communities? And then there's the base zoning and what is allowed to be built on any lot that is under RCG designation. From the folks that I've heard within Ward 7, there is a real understanding that repeal does not do away with RCG zoning. RCG zoning will exist on the other side of this motion here. And as we've seen with the stats, Ward 7 communities have also seen the highest levels of the row and townhome style forms being built in our communities. And the folks who have shown up have vastly said, we need to be looking at fixes to the process of construction to minimize impacts on people's lives. We need to look at fixes to the built form, to look at how this fits contextually into our established neighborhoods. These fixes are what are needed because at the other side of this, in either way, RCG exists. And we will still probably be the ward that continues to see the largest levels of this kind of townhome and row home development within it. The other question is the question of base zoning. There is still a base zoning. As has been mentioned, we are still going to a blanket zone. It's just that 68% of them will now be RC1 lots. 68% of the land parcels within Calgary for residential use will only be allowed to have a single family home on them. And I think that that is asking a lot. In a time when we as a council have learned about the infrastructure woes that are upon us, both in physical ways by having the water main break, by starting to understand the invisible missing pieces of our infrastructure that are out there as well. And then there's also the infrastructure of having to deliver our police, our fire, our transit, and having that actually have to go through communities, R1 communities, to reach folks on the edge of the city. I think a lot of the times this debate gets framed as something between the suburbs and the inner city. And for sure there is a distinction. We are seeing townhome and row home development in the inner city, unlike what we are seeing within the R1 communities in the suburbs. But really, what we are being asked is we are having the inner city folks and the folks who are living on the edges of our city, the folks in Livingston, in Cornerstone, in Seton, the folks who are living in higher density, they are being asked to shoulder the tax burden, to shoulder the cost of running our city in an efficient and sustainable way. They are being asked to take that on while other folks get to continue to live in a place without change. There has been a quote that came from the public hearing that has just been dancing around in my mind ever since. And it is a question of preservation versus stewardship. What are we here to do? Are we here to preserve, or are we here to steward away to the future? And I do not believe that a repeal stewards a way forward for the future, especially when you take into account the folks like that we heard from, like renters, folks who are advocating for affordability within housing, disability advocates. And the big one for me is our city's youth. Our city's youth showed up and said, where's my future? What are you doing to ensure that my future within this city has affordable housing, has places for me to live, has ways for me to move up the housing continuum in the ladder? And this is not providing that solution. We need an actual fix to make sure that future generations are not being tasked, are not being taken from. We need a solution that is making sure that we are building housing today that becomes that generational affordable housing of the future. We cannot continue to do the same mistakes that we've done in the past. We need to chart a new way forward, and we need to steward that way forward. With that, I'll close.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Any other lights for debate for this? All right, seeing none, I'll just jump in briefly. I want to thank everyone who came down to City Hall, everyone who wrote in, followed along. Thank you, council colleagues, for bearing with me as chair as I manage something like 110 different panels. I think we're all united here in saying that the vast majority of Calgarians that we heard from were sharing some very thoughtful ideas and really deep love for the communities and for Calgary. And I think that that's really local democracy at work. And I think it's something that I'm certainly going to remember as a highlight of my time as mayor. What I heard through the hearing, and to a great extent as well in the election before that, was many Calgarians felt with the previous decision to adopt the blanket rezoning that it had created uncertainty and it really broke trust in the planning process. And myself, having been at a lot of the same doors as everyone else, what you heard was the what, but more deeply and more foundationally was very much the how of how that decision was made. And many Calgarians felt that something as significant as this had happened too quickly and without the communities feeling fully part of the conversation. And again, we heard through the public hearing a desire from folks asking for a reset. And it's for that reason that for my part, I will be supporting the repeal as a process to most importantly, for us to be able to begin restoring trust. And that certainly aligns with the commitment that I made during the campaign to repeal and replace blanket rezoning and restore certainty in planning. I want to say as well to some of my colleagues who mentioned this previously, at the same time, one of the things that resonated with me the most was during this hearing from younger Calgarians. Many spoke about how hard it's become to find a place to live in the city they love. They talked about wanting the chance to be able to build a life here, to rent their first apartment, to buy their first home, to stay close to their aging parents, and their voices really matter. And it's for that reason that I am not fully satisfied with what's before us. If I was thinking about 10 years ago, my first time as a member of council, I probably would not have wanted to support this because I don't feel like it would be good enough. I campaigned on repeal and replace. This isn't a wholesome replacement. But what I've learned in my time since in nonprofit leadership and even in my short time with all of you as mayor is the need for compromise. We know that in the medium term, Calgary needs more homes. We need more housing choices, and our strategy around that needs to be enabling the density and growth in a more thoughtful and targeted way. It means focusing new housing near transit stations, major corridors, encouraging missing middle housing like townhomes, row houses, and to what's been sort of beaten to death, more local area plans that actually involve the community in shaping their neighborhoods. I am more than willing to support this as a compromise, despite the fact that it doesn't deliver everything that I'm looking for, because I'm confident that we've already begun laying the groundwork. We've funded unprecedented levels of affordable housing from a capital and land standpoint. Council, you had the good grace to support a significant stepping up in our investment of our Chief Housing Office. That's under Mr. Hendry's leadership going to help continue to drive some incredible housing solutions across the city. So despite the fact that this doesn't get me everything that I want and everything that I think Calgarians need, beginning that process to repeal is critically important to be able to restore the trust that Calgarians have in the overall process. And my central message is that Calgary can grow. We're going to continue to grow. We got to continue to welcome new neighbors. We have to remain a city where the next generation has a real chance to call it home. So, Councillor Kelly, your argument compelled me and persuaded me the most. This is very much the start and not the end to that journey. So, with that, over to Councillor Chabot to take us home.
I'm going to have to use Councillor Weinis's mic again. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank members of council for your thoughtful debate around this matter, and you're right. This is not the end. This is the beginning. It's the end of a process to go back and rethink our decision on how best to address all of these issues on a Made in Calgary solution, a Made in Calgary method. It's something that I had proposed in the initial blanket rezoning, that we look at a different process, that we don't blanket the entire city with the same brush, because there are places where it makes sense and places where it doesn't. I think we can all agree that in order to move forward with a more sustainable city, that we need to increase the intensity of use within our boundaries, within our borders. I think everyone agrees with that. The process that has been implemented was not overly successful in achieving that, because it created so much animosity within the community and so many challenges with regards to appeals and challenges to our bylaw, that it actually increased the cost of many of these housings because of some of these appeals. I think a better solution is something that the community can buy into, so that we can move forward in a more efficient way, which will actually contribute to affordability and also contribute to the bottom line as far as increase in tax revenue generation. There's a lot of things that I think we could look at as far as how to make this better, but it means that we're going to have to dig in. We're going to have to do a lot of work. This isn't that the process that was done was very efficient in its implementation, but not effective in its outcome. I think we need to spend more time in ensuring that we have a good process that will save a lot more time over the long term. It may take more time to get it right in the first place, but ultimately I think it'll serve our city better in the long term. So, Council, I hope you can support this. And just to be clear on recommendation number 4, this isn't the time to vote that one down, because the way it's been written, number 4 is incorporated in the bylaw. If there's something you don't like, the time to take that out is before second reading, not now. Before second reading is when you have a chance to actually take it out. And that's part of my motion, is to take everything out except for a few. And if you don't like those few, you can vote to take those out as well. Just saying. I'm closed.
All right, with that, Mr. Clerk, let's please engage the vote on the recommendations.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And that motion has carried 12-3, with Councillor Schmidt, Atkinson, and Ewell opposed. All right, I am now going to go to first reading of bylaw 9P 2026. Anyone opposed? Councillors Ewell, Schmidt, and Atkinson are opposed. All right, with that, we will come back. Council, I'm going to suggest 1:15. We'll just squeeze our lunch break a little bit shorter here. And then I'll be going to acknowledge various folks on amendments to the bylaw. Welcome back to Calgary City Council. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Chabot.
I'm here.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Ward. Thank you. Councillor Jameson.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Tyers.
Here.
Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Wyness. Councillor Yule.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Panzopoulos. Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we last left off having given first reading. I had committed previously to acknowledge Councillor Chabot first on that number 4 piece. So I'm going to ask everyone who may have potential amendments to please just go RTS in the queue, and I'll attempt to acknowledge you in the order that they're in the queue. But first on that piece, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Mayor. So, members of council, you'll notice that it's my LMNOP amendment minus the L. So it's KMNOP is what I'm proposing amendments to the recommendation number 4. And this is kind of a weird one because it's my motion is to not do the amendments that are in the bylaw with the exception of KMNOP. So my first motion is to, like the first operative part of my motion is to withdraw all those amendments and with the exception of. So if you don't like any of the amendments, then you might want to amend my motion, which is to not exclude KMNOP. But the first motion, if you don't like any of the amendments, you should support the first operative clause, which is to not do these amendments. It's weird because the amendments are already baked into the bylaw. So if you don't want them, you have to remove them. So what I'm saying is remove them all, except for those 4. So I'm not sure if that's clear enough. For
yeah, I had a conversation over the lunch hour where some members of council asked if it's an amendment, does that mean addition? No, amendment simply is a word that means change. So you can amend something by subtraction, which is what is before us. Do we have a seconder for this amendment? Seconded by Councillor McLean. Just so that we are extremely crystal clear, could we put up on the screen what sections 4A through J?
And I'm going to go through them all individually, and if I may. So K is to reduce the maximum lot coverage to 55% versus 60% that it currently is. M is the 0 lot line. N is, I didn't write it down. Oh yeah, from 11 meters to 10 meters. O also applies to that, which is 11 meters to 10 meters. And P is all of the different communities that will be excluded from the 0.5 parking requirement. So if this doesn't pass, then every RCG citywide will be allowed a 50% parking relaxation. So that's why I'm saying let's do that one, because that one limits every community outside of the core to 1 for each unit. And that includes secondary suites, just so everyone's clear. So if you have an 8 unit, you have to have 8 parking stalls on site. Administration can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding of it. The reason that the other is considered a 50% parking relaxation is because you only need to provide parking for the main dwellings and not for the secondary suites. And so if Councillor Wyness had not proposed this and we had done a complete reversal on the blanket zoning and we would have gone back to the original definition of RCG, the original RCG definition is 1 parking stall per unit, but only counting the main units. So this amendment by Councillor Wyness I think is important if you want to retain that 1-to-1 parking requirement in the outlying areas, which is why I've excluded it from the deletions. So I'm saying let's not do all of these. Let's go back and test them all with the exception of these 4, because these have already been tested by administration with the industry and they think they can actually deliver. That's my open.
Thank you. On that, could I go quickly to administration just to to summarize for council here what the impact of this amendment is.
Thank you, Mayor.
I can,
Forrest will do that. Thank
I
you.
can speak to that. So those amendments that are being proposed to be kept in today, so the zero lot line rule, height, I'm blanking on the other two that were included. Lot coverage, thank you, Councillor. Yes, correct, we have looked at those, we've done some testing, and we have heard from those in the development industry, and we are comfortable with moving forward with those today.
Could you just recapture what the impact of this is, however, not your recommendation, but the plain words of what the change is that Councillor Chabot's amendment is?
Certainly. So in terms of the zero lot line rule, it would not allow zero lot line development in the RCG district. To date, I don't think we've seen any of that type of development. Zero lot line development is found in the new communities. In terms of building height, it would lower the overall building height in the RCG district from 11 to 10 meters. We have found that to be a low impact change. And then similarly with the reduction in lot coverage, yes, that would reduce the amount of building that could be developed on a parcel, but we feel that is minimal impact as well.
Kim Hamilton, did you want to weigh in as well?
I think it would be prudent, Mayor, thank you, just to make if I may signal Councillor Chabot, that there is a related motion arising that would come that would direct the remainder of the items for administration to review through the zoning bylaw or for further testing, as well as potentially another one to be tested right away. So the ones that are before you here have been tested and can go forward.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to go through my speakers queue. Councillor Wyness, I believe you're on a different amendment that you're looking to place?
Correct, that RTS is for my amendment.
Going to Councillor Johnston, please.
Yeah, so I'd like to amend Chabot's amendment and eliminate all aspects of that number 4 entirety.
Okay, if you could just speak and summarize what you understand the impact of that to be compared to what Councillor Chabot is placing.
Well, he mentioned it himself, that we have the opportunity to eliminate it as a whole, as to eliminate number 4 in its entirety, instead of just picking and choosing items out of that amendment. So,
could you describe in plain words what your intent is? In terms of what Councillor Chabot is leaving in? If you could speak to why you would like to have that left out. I'm sorry I'm being a bit obtuse here. Just from a process standpoint, I think council members need to be crystal clear on what we're voting on, as well as members of the public following. First, you'll need a seconder for that.
do I have a seconder?
Second by Councillor Schmidt.
Perfect. Yeah, so for me, this was a confusing part of this entire process. I think this should go back to, and the problem is I agree with a lot of the stuff on here. I just don't think this is the right place and time to be voting on any of these amendments or the parts of this amendment. I think we can come back with something better and stronger than what's proposed, including the one-to-one, including the height, including every aspect of it should be coming back to council through a proper individualistic public hearing based on this alone, not something tied in with blanket rezoning. So I would just say just eliminate it all and come back with something better than what's proposed right now.
So could I ask perhaps the clerks just to display on the screen, if we could maybe have it highlighted for us in yellow, what those specific bullets were?
We'll bring that up on the screen in just a moment.
Do we have anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Tyers? Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. As described before, the public, through hours and hours of hearing their presentations, did not understand what the changes to RCG were. You can say it was in front of us all you want, but they were sent to a website that nobody went to. They came here to discuss repealing blanket rezoning, and they weren't discussing the changes to RCG. Like Councillor Johnson said, like, there are a lot of actually really good ideas here, but I agree with him. Like, this is not the right place to do it. Can we defer these ideas to?
I'll address that in my close.
Well, I'll just let Councillor Tyrus speak, please.
If we can bring this forward to administration so that they can consider it when they're bringing forward the new land use bylaw with the Calgary plan, that would be wonderful. But right now, Calgarians don't understand what this is, and we're falling into the same errors of previous councils, which is creating policy on the floor, and let's create it later.
Okay, over to Councillor Schmidt, please.
Yes, two things here. First off, I do support eliminating it in its entirety because we're now in a position where these individual applications will be coming back to council on a case-by-case basis. So we can determine through the land use hearing if what's being proposed is appropriate in most cases. I mean, certainly it would catch some where we don't have a concurrent development permit that shows all of the details, but certainly we'll have an idea. And so going back to RCG as it was is a stronger land use form than the current version of RCG we had now. So I think this is actually a positive. However, on my second point, if this doesn't pass, I would still support Councillor Chabot's amendment because it took a thoughtful approach to some of those changes and allows us to address those things at the other parts of it at a later time once they've been tested. So either way, I'm good on both.
Thank you. Councillor Ward, please.
Yeah, just quickly, I sent out about 100 text messages last night to residents of Ward 11 about exactly this. And bluntly speaking, people are just so confused about this that I just feel it's somewhat irresponsible to make this decision when people don't even understand it. So that's all I'll say.
Councillor Ward, could I ask if, I'm not supposed to editorialize, but were you speaking in favor of the amendment or not?
See, now we're so confused. Even I'm confused. I'm speaking against the, in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
I apologize for putting you on the spot.
I should have made that clear. Thank you.
Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Dhaliwal, please. Or sorry, Councillor Winus. Yeah.
Thanks. I do not support Councillor Johnson's amendment to the amendment. We heard a lot about parking concerns. And if we as a council do not set the definitions now, you will see less parking on the RCG applications that will be presented to council. That is very problematic for what Calgarians have spoken to. Some may like that, but at the same time, that is not what we spent the last 2 weeks listening to. Yes, Calgarians may be confused, but it is our job as council to understand what is before us and to write the direction. If it's going to take massive public hearings to do everything separately and we're spending 2 weeks just to make one change, that is very problematic for the city and very problematic for providing housing. So I do not support this amendment to the amendment, and I prefer to support Councillor Chabot's amendment.
Councillor Dhaliwal, you're in.
Thank you. It's just so muddied up. Let's go back. Administration, can you please clarify once again? Original RCG that was in the old bylaw that just got repealed. Can you tell us what were the rules of RCG in there? Height, setback, number of units, all that, quickly?
Those rules are in RCG, correct? I think what the discussion is centering on is what will RCG look like if Part 4 of this proposed bylaw is deleted or amended? I believe that.
No, I just want to understand. RCG, right, as it is right now, if this doesn't go through, 4 units, 4 by 4, on a corner lot, 0.5 parking stall per unit.
Correct.
Primary unit, 11 meters.
Correct.
So that amendment is trying to reduce, and the coverage is 60%, maximum density 75 units per hectare. This amendment that Councillor Chabot is saying, bringing it down to 10 meters, bringing it down to 1 parking stall per unit.
Outside of those areas in the parking table.
55% lot
correct.
coverage,
Yep.
changing the rules. That's great. This amendment will take us back to what is already there.
Correct. So if Part 4 is deleted in its entirety, what you'll have in effect is the version of RCG that was on the ground before rezoning for housing was approved in 2024, which has those rules as you've described.
And I heard from a couple of the, when I asked them, they said, that was a really bad one, in their opinion. This amendment is saying 3 units, 1 parking stall per unit. So I said I'm not going to support amendments, but after Councillor Johnston's amendment, I will be supporting Councillor Chabot's amendment because it changes the rules and make it more amenable to residents rather than us going back to what is already there, which residents said they didn't like. So with that, thank you, Mayor. That's it for me.
I'm going to jump in just to attempt to explain for the members of the public, as well as just to challenge myself to make sure that I personally understand what we're voting on. Back to the notice of motion that was approved in December. Councillor Chabot put it on the table that we go back to the land use districts that existed prior, the maps that existed prior. At that point, Councillor Wynas placed an amendment which suggested while we're doing this and having a public hearing, perhaps we would change some of the rules around RCG, what RCG is. When it comes to this amendment that Councillor Chabot put on the table, Councillor Chabot suggested, well, perhaps not all of the RCG changes should be implemented, but some of the changes should be. The amendment to the amendment from Councillor Johnston suggests, well, let's take off any changes to RCG as a result of that period. So in other words, a support for Councillor Johnston's amendment to the amendment goes back to a pure form of the intent of a full repeal to the types of land use districts as they existed, the rules that existed, the maps that existed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Or in other words, if we're just going to be direct about this, many of the changes that Councillor Wynas suggested was from a certain vantage point, perhaps a watering down of RCG in terms of what could be built, the amount of height that was allowed, the parking that would be required, and so on. And this would allow us to go back to an RCG as it existed prior to 2024 that is probably a greater strength level, let's say, in terms of what the massing or the amount of buildable capacity is under that land use district. Is that right?
My understanding of Councillor Wynas's motion arising was to improve the RCG district based on feedback that we have heard from Calgarians. And so it was the very specific items that were outlined in her motion arising, and she can certainly speak to it, around reducing lot coverage, limiting building height, requiring contextual setbacks. So those improvements under the amendment to the amendment would not move forward. We would be left with the RCG district as it was on August 3rd, 2024.
Yeah, so I will enter myself into some debate. I will be supporting this amendment to the amendment. I think going back to a harder reset in terms of what RCG existed prior. It is, from a certain perspective, a stronger version of an RCG, but I think the extra oversight that we provide, given now that it's all these RCG applications are going to go to council, I think it's warranted. And this gets us closer to a more pure version of a repeal if you were to vote yes to this amendment to the amendment, and then ultimately yes to the amendment if amended. All right. That's my interpretation. Clears mind. Over to you, Councillor Atkinson, please.
Yeah, no. We just listened to the public and like people showing up for days on end, talking about lot coverage, talking about the impacts that they're seeing on community. We have an opportunity here to start addressing these and to start moving things forward in a small way. This is the kind of thing, like to have this come to a point at which we go actually further back in terms of RCG, we're getting further intensification of inner city communities. So not only did we repeal it, but we now are actually going to be building higher, bigger, within the communities that have LAPs. Like, to not bring forward these things that will help with our tree coverage, that's what the lot coverage works to address, to not reduce the height, which is something that we heard from community, like to not respond to what we heard from Capitol Hill, from Mount Pleasant, from all these communities that came and showed up and said, can we please just have a little bit more contextuality in terms of the RCG built form that is going to continue to land in Ward 7 neighborhoods? No. Do not support the amendment, and then we should support Councillor Chabot's amendment to bring some of these pieces forward and make this work better for inner city communities.
All right, over to Councillor McLean on the amendment to the amendment, please.
This is fun. To me, Councillor Smith actually agreeing with Councillor Johnson, and I'm going to agree with Councillor Atkinson. I mean, what's going on? I mean, if you were listening to people, like Councillor Atkinson just said, and you cared about lot lines, you wanted to make them better, then this is what Councillor Chabot is suggesting. If you wanted to 0.05 parking to go to 1, this is what his does. If you wanted to go with height and you want it to be less high, this is what his amendment does. What Councillor Johnson's amendment does is wipes those all out, and now you go back to the things that you go back to 0.5. You go back to something that I know a lot of people don't. You gotta wait. So I don't understand, because we debated, and just said final, because I think Councillor Chabot will address it in his close. A lot of people that came to speak, they're smart. I mean, some people maybe don't want to dive deep into every RCG or R1 or R2. Most of them got what they wanted. They wanted you to repeal blanket rezoning. They wanted more parking. They wanted more lot sizes. They wanted all the things that's now suggested here. And so now to go the opposite way means then something isn't quite being circled or squared here, but I'm going to not support Councillor Johnson's amendment. Go with Councillor Chabot's, because that, I think, is what people want.
I'm just going to clarify that this is a change. This would be, if adopted, a change to what Councillor Chabot is putting on the table. So if this amendment to the amendment were to pass, the amendment as put by Councillor Chabot would be changed. So that, over to you, Councillor Chabot, please.
Yeah, I know this is confusing for members of council, more confusing for the public, but members of council have to rise above that level of understanding. You're put in a position of power to deliver what the citizens are asking for, what they want, not what they're asking for. What they're asking for is sometimes confusing. They don't know how to ask for it properly. We're here to actually read through all of the confusion and bring clarity to it. My motion was actually bringing clarity to all of this. And what you don't seem to understand, members of council, is that one of the motions that's introduced here was actually done as part of the blanket zoning. So what Councillor Wyness was trying to do with her amendments is actually incorporate something that was done with the original blanket zoning, which was to make blanket zoning less bad. What you're trying to do is make it even worse than it was after the blanket zoning. Yes, you are. You're incorrect, Councillor Johnson, because what you're doing is you're going to go back to a 0.5 parking requirement versus a 1 stall parking requirement, which was adopted by council following the blanket zoning last year. My proposal was to go back to that, to 1. See, you don't even understand yourself. That's too bad.
Councillor Chabot, I'm going to ask you to withdraw that comment, please.
Oh, withdraw my comment on his
you don't understand yourself.
He's
and again,
he said that he doesn't understand.
So, Councillor Chabot, I'm going to ask that you treat we're going to ask everyone to treat each other with proper decorum here and don't cast aspersions about motivation.
That referenced a derogatory statement about Councillor Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chabot. I appreciate you doing that.
Anyways, council, don't support this amendment. At the very least, don't support P, because P actually is the one that requires a 1-to-1 parking. The one that was adopted as part of the blanket zoning to make it less bad in 2024. By adopting this, you're actually going back to what it was even before Councillor Winas's amendment back in 2024 that made RCG more palatable for most citizens. You know what? The 55% lot coverage, I'm not overly fussed about it. The zero lot line, there hasn't been a lot of applications for it. And what was the other one? The height, again, 11 meters, 10 meters, not a huge issue. But please don't support this amendment and maybe support an alternate amendment that takes out K, M, and O, but not P. Please do not take out P. I'm taking out everything else in case you didn't know. My motion takes out all of the amendments except for these ones. And P in particular, the one-to-one parking is the most critical one out of all of these ones that I'm trying to take out. Anyways, please don't support this amendment. And if somebody wants to bring forward an alternate amendment that takes out K, M, and O, you know what? I could even support that. But I can't support taking out P, the one-to-one parking. Please do not take out one-to-one parking. Thanks, I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. I'm going to go to clerks now. There's a lovely explainer on the City of Calgary website that Jim Hamilton's going to direct us to, just to hopefully level set and give a foundation of what we're talking about here when we're talking about the various letters. So if we can have that displayed on the screen.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor, when you were talking about less restrictive or more restrictive, I was reminded that we have this on our webpage at calgary.ca/zoning or rezoning. So I'll just ask clerks to maybe slowly scroll through it. You'll see the prior RCG is the first column prior to August 2024. So that's essentially what the proposal, if you amend the amendment, is going to. The current RCG is what's current. The proposed RCG is what's listed in number 4. So clerks, if you don't mind just scrolling through that slowly. And maybe I'll get us to stop on the parking, which are the mobility requirements on page 7. And so the second section down, mobility requirements, what Councillor Chabot was just talking about. RCG prior to August 2024 was 0.5 per unit. After, because that amendment came with rezoning, is 0.5 or 1. And then the proposal today is to maintain that, and that's letter P in the proposed amendments. I'm not sure everyone's listening to me, but hopefully this helps. Thanks.
We're going to go to Councillor Kelly, please now.
Thank you. And actually, this was answering the majority of my questions. I just wanted to clarify in terms of, so the amendment to the amendment puts us back to the first column in here, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody said they wanted to agree. Okay, I love it. That's great. And just to confirm that the current RCG, or the second column in here labeled as current RCG, is already gone. That is not an option in front of us.
That's correct. Your first reading of the bylaw removed the middle column.
Perfect. So our options in front of us here, amendment to the amendment in favor throws us back to the first column. Yep. Saying no to this still keeps us in the right-hand column. And then when we get back to Councillor Chabot's amendment, it would be some slight modifications to the third column in this document, correct?
That is exactly right, Councillor Kelly. So the proposed RCG in the far right column is what is in the proposed bylaw that has first reading. The amendment to the amendment is what is in the left-hand column, which would go back to August 3rd, 2024. And the Councillor Chabot's original amendment adjusts some of the elements in the...
I'm going to just personally call a point of privilege because we have a number of sidebar conversations here, and I think it's absolutely critical that we give Ms. Davies-Murphy our undivided attention.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just start on the far column. So Councillor Chabot's amendment adjusts some of what is proposed in the current bylaw, but not all of it.
That is perfect. You gave me the clarity, and hopefully, did we take enough time there that everybody's managed to sort it out? Hopefully we're okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Those are all my questions, Your Worship.
Council, we were scheduled to break at 2 o'clock. I'm going to bang the gavel now, unless there's any further, any opposition to that. We'll be back at.
Sorry, as long as I can finish my close.
I'm not going to call the vote or go to anyone closing on this. I think we'll have an opportunity to clarify some of these pieces prior to going to that. So I'm banging the gavel now. We'll back at 3:45.
Opposed.
All right, welcome back to Calgary City Council. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Pantzopoulos. Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Jamieson.
I'm here.
Councillor McLean.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Tyers.
Here.
Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Councillor Ewell.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
I am going to go over to administration, just again recap what this amendment to the amendment is, and I believe we exhausted all the lights, and I'll go over to Councillor Johnston to close. If for at least the benefit of the public watching, Ms. Davies-Martin.
Sure, certainly. So perhaps, clerks, if we could bring up administration's presentation, and it's slide 9, and I'll ask Mr. Mueller just to walk through what Councillor Chabot's amendment proposes and what the amendment to the amendment proposes.
Yes, thank you. I'll probably fumble on amendment to an amendment to an amendment, but what you see on the slide here is Councillor Wyness's motion arising that is contained in the proposed bylaw. This is what Councillor Chabot is proposing to amend. These 7 things. So the lot coverage would have been reduced from 60 to 55%. Building height reduced to 10 meters. The contextual setbacks would be required. The 0 lot line rule would be eliminated. The density would be reduced to 60. Row houses would be restricted to just the end of the block, so no mid-blocks, and there would only be allowed 1 residential building per parcel, so no front and back buildings on a parcel. And then the parking requirements that we've discussed with 1 stall per unit in the majority of the city, but in certain areas, 0.5 stalls per unit. That is what Councillor Wyness had proposed. Councillor Chabot's amendment would preserve, number 1, the lot coverage, so that would still be reduced to 55. His amendment would preserve the building height reduction to 10 meters. It does not include or preserve the contextual setbacks. It continues to eliminate the 0 lot lines. It does not reduce the density from 75 to 60. And it does not include the restrictions on the row house to the end of the block and that reduction to just 1 primary building. It does, however, include the parking changes in number 7. So those 4 things, number 1, number 2, number 4, and number 7 are included in what Councillor Chabot's amendment was. The amendment to the amendment.
Sorry, just to clarify, Councillor Chabot is proposing to eliminate the 1, 2, 4, and 7?
No, to keep.
Yep.
To keep.
So the new list would be all of those, less those.
Yes, the new list would not have number 3, would not have number 5, and would not have number 6. The amendment to the amendment would remove all of this, and it would go back to the RCG district rules as they existed prior to rezoning for housing, which were much more enabling than these restrictions that were introduced to address concerns from communities.
And then, and just council colleagues, in good faith, like obviously occasionally I'll have a certain political bent, what I'd like to see done, but I just in good faith, I believe you all need to really understand what the impact of the amendment to the amendment is. Functionally, it would allow for taller height than would otherwise be allowed. It would allow for less parking that is currently allowed. So that's sort of the real world impact. It'll allow for the lots to be covered, a greater portion of the lots. So again, that is the intent and the consequence of Councillor Johnston's amendment to the amendment is if you want more of the lot to be covered by RCG, you should vote yes to that. If you want less parking, then you would vote yes. If you want greater height for RCG, you would vote yes. So again, I just want everyone to be crystal clear in terms of what the real world impact is about this. And I'm speaking agnostically whether these are good or bad things, but that's the impact functionally of supporting this amendment to the amendment.
You've captured that correctly, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I'll go over to Councillor Johnston to please close.
Yes, that was factually true by the chair and administration. Yes, we would go back to RCG as it was pre-2024. Now, how long that stays is up to us. It's up to us to go talk to people, talk to our constituents, talk to our neighbors, talk to what they want us to do. I mean, it should have been clear by how many submissions came in and how this was not a part of what they wanted us to do during this meeting. 11 meters to 10 meters, nobody in this room could tell me the difference if they saw two buildings that high. 50 to 60, or 60 down to 55%, nobody could tell me the difference between two lots. The difference is negligible on some of the things that are proposed, okay? We can do better than that. We can come back after talking with each other, coming back with something after going to our constituents, talking with the public. That's what they wanted us to do. This would not be a clean repeal because this is part of the main motion. We can come back with something at any point because we are council, we are legislators. We can do whatever we want to ensure it's done properly. This was not done properly. From day one, we had councilors confused. We had taxpayers confused. We had public confused. We had media confused. We had everybody confused by including two items under the full repeal of blanket rezoning. So yes, it will go back to what it was pre-2024. I'm okay with that as long as we come back with something that fits what people want. And I tried to do that before this came up, gave us an out to separate these two so we could actually vote on a clean repeal. But this is not a clean repeal anymore. So this is my second option to give us a chance to have a full clean repeal and come back with something on our own timeline. It can be 6 months, it can be 3 months, it can be 1 year, it can be however long we want as long as it's done properly. So I'm asking you, get rid of what's proposed right now, vote yes to eliminating number 4 in its entirety. And
Councillor Chabot, I'll ask, let's just go over to Councillor Johnston to listen to his close.
Asking you to vote yes to this and allow us to talk with people, talk with us as councillors, and come back with something that works for the public. Closed.
Thank you, and with that, let's please engage the e-vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And on the amendment to the amendment, that motion has been defeated 6-9 with only Councillors Johnston, Schmidt, Dhaliwal, Jameson, Tyers, and myself in support. So now we are back to the amendment from Councillor Chabot. Do we have any further discussion on the amendment or amendments to this amendment?
Yes, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Johnston, for a different amendment to the amendment.
Yes, I would like to eliminate everything on Chabot's amendment except for parking. Keeping P.
Okay, just so I understand, right now in Councillor Chabot's amendment, he is suggesting to delete P, and is your intent of the amendment to restore keeping P? Okay. All right, do we have a, if you could explain maybe your rationale in your open here, and then I'll seek a seconder.
Parking is the biggest contentious issue with a lot of people that came. If we're going to keep anything on this for now, I would say keep the parking. Everything else, I think, should go back to administration to redevelop a strategy that works for, again, the public and for developers as well. So if P is the contentious issue, I'm okay with keeping it as is and voting on that separately.
So before I seek a seconder, maybe if administration can just weigh in, this is to retain the strengthened parking requirement that was passed during the 2024 public hearing? Or
Yes,
to add
that's
that back in?
correct.
Okay. Great, so the functionality of this amendment to the amendment is to require more parking for those date ranges. Is there a seconder for this motion? Okay, that's been seconded by Deputy Mayor Jameson. Anyone wishing to speak on the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Chabot, please. Oh, all right. Over to you, Councillor McLean.
We debated this. I'm supportive of more parking. But then the intent of the mover is we could do this 6 months or a year or whatever. Out of those four things, we can all do this later. So I don't know, maybe in your close, you can tell us why all of these things can be done later, but you want this one. But the other ones are good too. They're not any worse than what we have up here. This is good. The other three were good too. So I don't know, you have to explain why this one's gooder. I think we should have just left it, but you can explain why this one is so much different, because if the other ones were better than what we had and you agreed with them, but you wanted to change it later, we could do better. But anyways, you could just explain in your close why we just didn't go with the first one.
Okay, I'm going to insert myself and say I will not be supporting this. I was persuaded by Councillor Chabot's arguments with the original amendment in terms of why what was chosen, what wasn't. I was satisfied based on what he was seeking to have administration work with industry and the community on. I believe that Councillor Chabot was rock solid in terms of what he chose, what he didn't, in terms of picking those specific letters. I did support Councillor Johnston's amendment to the amendment, however, and that my first preference would have been just to delete 4 in its entirety. But if we are going to be piecemeal and picking specific parts, I'm going to defer to what was originally Councillor Chabot's intent based on the rationale for what he chose and what he didn't. With that, over to Councillor Panagopoulos. Are you on the amendment to the amendment? No.
Sorry, I think I was.
Councillor Chabot on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah. So I don't think the wording is correct. I think what Councillor Landon is proposing.
Point of privilege, I think Deborah had RTS in there, and up until this point, we've always let them talk first.
I don't see, well, let's just address people formally. GM Hamilton, I don't see a request to speak from her, but I'll on her behalf, I will go and double check if you would like to speak, GM Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I did put an RTS in and then I deleted it. I just was asking my team to double check the wording about what's on here because it was done on the floor. And I am understanding that I think we are correct. Yes, team?
Just to confirm with the mover, you want to retain only P, is that correct? So the wording should be to delete A through O.
Yes, and then.
And that only retains P.
And OP, P stays. So we're good. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted a moment.
So the impact again is the functionality of this is P remains because it comes after O based on what the text is. I'll go back to you, Councillor Chabot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so A through to O is what he's proposing.
That's correct.
All right, thanks. I was looking at the wording before that. So thank you for that. No, I think it addresses one of the things that I referenced before. That I said at the very least, keep P. So thanks for at least proposing that. That doesn't mean I'm going to support you, because I think this is more in line with, less, I guess, not as much as I wanted to do as far as more restrictions. I wanted to do some more restrictions. Other members of council wanted to adopt all of Councillor Winus's proposal, and I didn't think it would pass, which is why I consulted with administration on this in advance to see what administration would support, what the industry would support, what I thought I could get council to support, which is why I made those 4 recommendations to start with. Not that I didn't support all of these other ones as well, but if you're going to do a full repeal, this is kind of a backwards thing, and that's what it's so complicated. And you know what, I didn't do a good job of explaining it. So, I may have accused others of maybe not being well, I did something bad, and I apologize for that. I accused some people of being stupid, but honestly, I'm the one who's stupid because I didn't do a good job of explaining it, because it is kind of a backwards bylaw. The whole thing, all these amendments were incorporated into the bylaw. So I'm sorry for what I said. But honestly, it's very difficult to try and follow it. And so I was trying to do it now after understanding how the bylaw was structured, to take out all of the amendments, to go back to a full repeal, with the exceptions of those things that we heard through the public hearing of this is what people were asking us for. So the idea of we need to consult with the public, well, we did. They didn't understand how it was being proposed, but what they said was clear. They said, we want you to keep the limited parking. We want you to reduce the massing. We want you to reduce the density, and this was going part way down that path. Whilst we can look at further amendments into the future, maybe we could go to 2-to-1 for parking or something. Just saying. It's amendments that council can make into the future. But for now, this was at least retaining that 1-to-1 parking, and then some of the other amendments that I had proposed. So I appreciate you doing what you're doing. If this does vote through, I will close on the amendment as proposed, but obviously I'd prefer to go with mine. So I'm going to vote against this.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Well taken. I'll say, for the record, you're not stupid. You're one of the smartest people I've ever had the chance to work with, and let's just level set and remember this is probably the most complicated land use bylaw amendment that's ever been undertaken by any city of analogous governance systems. This is probably the most convoluted, most complicated change that any municipal government's done in North America in terms of implementing the change and attempting to unwind it. So let's all extend ourselves a little bit more grace and goodwill. Thank you. Councillor Panasopoulos, did you want to jump on the main? Okay. I'll go back to you on the main if it's amended. Councillor Atkinson, please, on the amendment to the amendment.
On the amendment to the amendment, I'd ask my colleagues not to vote for this. I was not part of the vote for repeal, but my assumption is that if you voted for repeal, that you've heard the community's issues with townhomes and row homes that are being built up to date, and we've heard that the massing and the sort of the size and the tree canopy loss and things like the height are conditions that they would like to see changed. And so RCG does not go away at the end of this. RCG is still there. These are building in some of those tweaks that we've heard from community over the last couple of weeks, bringing some of those in. It's not the full piece, but it is the ones that we've heard from the development industry that they can still continue to build RCG-style townhomes and row homes with these conditions in. So I think giving this to the communities that are going to be experiencing these RCG row homes and townhomes as a part of this is very important. So please vote no to this amendment.
All right, that's that. Back to Councillor Johnston to close on the amendment to the amendment, please.
Yeah, so you wonder why I picked P out of this. It's the most contentious part of this entire amendment. Going from 10 meters from 11 meters is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Going from 60 to 55% law coverage is nothing. Parts of this I do agree with. It's just not the time or place to be dealing with stuff that should be going back to developers. As we heard from plenty of people that came in here, do not vote, don't make sausage on the floor. And this is exactly what we've been doing for the past 3 months with this amendment. It should have always been separated. We could have killed it in December, but here we are trying to make sausage on the floor. And so if we're going to keep anything of this amendment, it would be the parking issue. And that's the biggest thing that came up to most submissions that came through, or people at the or in person. And everything else should go back again to a thoughtful process. So I would ask you guys to vote yes to this and allow us time to work on the next change to RCG. This, to me, is not the right place or time to do this. Thank you.
All right, so on the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Clerk, could we please engage the vote?
On the amendment to the amendment, Councillor Ward?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Yule?
No.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnston?
Yes.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results on that. And on that, the motion has been defeated. The amendment to the amendment fails with only Councillors Johnston, Schmidt, and Jameson in favor. All right, so we're back on the main. This is the amendment from Councillor Chabot. Councillor Panazopoulos, I see question of admin, but debate as well. I'm going to go over to you. Yeah.
My apologies. Did want to, we're in debate?
Yep, go for it. Or you can ask admin at the same time.
Debate. No, thanks so much. What I wanted to speak to this was actually picking up on what Councillor Atkinson just said. My concern with the amendment as presented is three key messages we heard from Calgarians through blanket rezoning. Number 3, contextual setback is required. An 8-plex that comes right up to a sidewalk is not contextually appropriate when you've got a bungalow next door. This amendment takes that out. Number 5, the density. I don't want too much density where you've got a row home and a row home behind each other. We want to have more one building. We heard that. And finally, number 6, I think the biggest. We've done this on this floor, mid-block 8-plexes. Subject to the lot being big enough, if this is approved, you will still have on the 2,892 lots that are RCG today, now that we've repealed, you will still be able to have mid-block 8-plexes. I do not hear of one person sending a letter, one person speaking to council, one person at the doors that said, I want mid-block 8-plexes. So by having this, I think what Councillor Wyness is proposing actually is more restrictive. And I agree, Councillor Johnson, we can come back after and amend, but this now comes and gets a reset that's tighter. It meets the needs, and in 6 to 12 months, if council in its wisdom chooses to amend and make it less restrictive, then so be it. But coming out of what we heard, you have to think, what are the top 3? Contextual, density, and mid-block row houses. These are being excluded. So I'm recommending please vote against this amendment, vote for Councillor Wyness's, because it is more of a constraint to development as we catch our breath, as we pause and we look to build a better Calgary, we go into the next 6 months. Think about what you heard, these speakers, and what's excluded through this amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On the amendment, Councillor Ward, please.
Yes, admin, I need you to help me with this one. So on the original amendment, we talked about 3 end lots being okay for RCG, which I understand. But would it not be true that people outside of those 3 lots could still do a land use application to go to RCG? Or would it be absolutely prohibited?
They could do that at any time. The rules would determine what could be built.
So mid-block RCG could still happen, even with the 3 and 3 rule?
No.
It could not happen by any means?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to stop there. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before I go to Councillor Chabot to close on the amendment, could we just go back to the presentation, the slide that really laid out the 1 through 7? And let's just clarify again for the council and members of the public what's included in that. So maybe if you could go just one by one and say keep gone, keep gone?
Absolutely. Number one, Councillor Chabot's amendment keeps number one. Councillor Chabot's amendment keeps number two. It does not keep number three. It keeps number four, does not keep number five, does not keep number six. It does keep number seven. So 1, 2, 4, and 7 are what are being kept in Councillor Chabot's amendment.
So with 1, 2, 4, and 7 being kept, the effect of Councillor Chabot is eliminating 3, 5, and 6 from this list.
Correct.
So just to be crystal clear, colleagues, if you do not like 3, 5, and 6, if you don't think contextual setback should be required, if you don't think that the density should, or rather, if you don't think it should be lowered, and again, on point 6, that would be the function of voting yes or no for this amendment. Okay?
Correct.
All right, Councillor Atkinson, please.
Just a question for admin. Councillor Chabot's circulation was speaking to sort of concerns maybe from the development industry about whether certain items. And so the 4 that have been moved forward, the idea is that we've vetted those through industry and that there isn't going to be a problem with lowering the height and lowering the lot coverage. But is there the 3 that are being removed there, is there concern from industry around those pieces, and how would that be addressed?
So Councillor Atkinson, you're correct. We have tested the ones that are being removed. And in my discussions with industry over the last couple of days, they have indicated they are comfortable with this approach.
And then for the ones that are being taken out because of this, what has there been any sentiment from industry? What would it look like for those pieces to either be tested, like if they haven't been tested?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. Again, in my discussions with industry over the last couple of days, there was great interest to work with the city to model and test other options for the RCG district and to look at what that form would look like on the ground and understand what the economics are of those changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, please.
Yeah, sorry. The chair keeps bringing up that if we vote no to this, then we're at the mercy of 12-meter or 11-meter tall buildings from here until forever. That's not necessarily what's our ability. Our ability is to change this at any time. There must be a process, and I don't think this is the right process. So yes, this would be a backboard, but I'm not okay with a backboard. I'm okay with actually going to people, actually talking to them, actually coming back with something. If that means there's no backboard for a little bit of time, I'm okay with that. As long as we come back with something that headline, the last council didn't do this, and where are they right now? We are here right now to do it properly. So as of right now, we can no longer say this will be a full, clean repeal because this is part of the main motion. So I would suggest voting no to any of these amendments and then yes to the full motion. But this itself, we can come back with something better than what's presented. So I would really ask you guys to vote no to this. Thank you.
Councillor Johnston, in my remarks with administration, I didn't say that this could never be changed. So just want to clarify that fact for members of the public and council.
Can I respond?
If you wish, I've been misquoted, so I just wanted to step in. And if you heard that, if you heard me say that, that was not accurate.
You speak as if it's a finality, as if we do not vote against this, it will go back, which is factually true, but we can always change it. So I apologize if I misquoted you.
Yeah, I'll say on any land use, council isn't fettered from further decisions.
Exactly.
All right, Councillor McLean, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Panosopoulos brought up a really good point. Clerks, could you bring that back up again? I don't know if it's L or if it's 6. It says 6 there, where row houses allowed, limits parcels to one primary. Mid-block excludes the first few parcels. So from my understanding, I want to make an amendment to our amendment to keep that back in. I think I have the will of Councillor Chabot as well. I like what you were saying, Councillor Panasopoulos. I think that should be included in the amendment, that we keep number 6. And that's even further more to it, I think the public is asking us for, to prohibit mid-block row houses, because you're right, that's still in there. And I think there was maybe some reason why that wasn't included originally with Councillor Wyness and Chabot to put 2. I believe their original intent was actually to keep that as well. So the amendment would then be, I think it's structured as L in our amendment, or Councillor Chabot's. Is it D? Maybe clerks can give us some clarification. That is being removed right now, number 6 there, and I'd like to amend that to keep that in.
Okay, is there a seconder to that amendment, to the amendment? I believe it's bullet D, but it's point 6 up on the screen, where a row house is allowed, limiting parcels to 1 primary building and prohibiting mid-block row houses and townhouses, where mid-block excludes the first 3 parcels at each block. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Councillor Ewell has a second that, so that is on the table. Maybe to administration, could we just speak to what the impact would be? I believe I just read it on the screen, but if you could read it on the screen.
You are correct, Mayor, that by the amendment that Councillor McLean is putting forward would eliminate mid-block row house. And the front-back townhouses. So 1 primary building on a lot, and we're just confirming which letter corresponds within the bylaws.
Okay, my understanding is that this may be quite a bit more complicated and technical, as there may be references elsewhere within the amending document or the bylaw that we just read.
If I may ask, Mayor, if we may have a moment to just confer, and can we come back to this one? Is that possible?
Colleagues, I want us to, one option is to postpone this item and come back to it. Would you be okay if we just recess for 5 minutes to the call of the chair? I'd rather us just to deal with one topic at a time rather than juggle many balls in there. So anyone opposed to our short 5-minute recess? Okay, seeing none, we'll be back at 4:27. All right, we're back. Welcome back to Calgary City Council. Please, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Ward. Councillor Jameson.
I'm here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Yule.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present and having a great time.
Councillor Dollywall.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Pantazopoulos. And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here. All right, I'm going to go back to administration, please, to just recap how you interpret Councillor McLean's amendment to the amendment, and then what some other implications may be of proceeding with that.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So to achieve number 6, to maintain that where a row house is allowed, this would limit parcels to one primary building on the lot and prohibit mid-block row houses. There are a number of items in the proposed bylaw that would need to be amended. So I will just refer to attachment 2, page 5 of 173. Under 4, I'm going to read a list here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and J would all need to be removed, along with what Councillor Chabot had previously proposed, which included K, M, N, O, and P. And so what that does is that's what would be removed from the bylaw. And we would retain 4I and 4L. So that's on pages 6 and 7 of 173 of attachment 2.
Could you recap what 4I and 4L are?
Yes, certainly. 4I is the density, so that relates to number 5 on the screen. And L is the building setback, the contextual setbacks, which relates to number 3 on the screen.
And again, I'm just trying to characterize this in as much simple language as possible for our council colleagues as well as members of the public. We have done that full repeal. The implications of Councillor Wyness's direction that ultimately council adopted was a further tightening of RCG. And right now we are sort of debating whether or not RCG should be that tight, or rather whether it should be further tightened based on this in terms of height, in terms of parking, in terms of density, where row house is allowed. So the implication here of what Councillor McLean is amending to the amendment is to delete number 6, or D, which is the restrictions on limiting parcels to one primary building and the prohibition of mid-block row houses.
Wants to retain this proposal so that we would only, if this is passed, we would only have one primary building on a lot and there would be no mid-block row houses or townhomes.
But just philosophically here, the implication of supporting Councillor McLean's amendment, the intent really is to limit parcels otherwise to one primary building and otherwise have a more restrictive environment for RCG than otherwise would be. So the implication of voting for Councillor McLean's amendment to the amendment would be to otherwise restrict further that row house and townhouse typology, and then a vote against Councillor McLean's amendment would be to be more permissive in terms of what RCG allows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. With that, Councillor Tyers, were you on the amendment to the amendment?
No, I was on the original amendment.
Okay. On amendment to the amendment, Councillor Johnston, please.
Yeah, this is what happens when you try to make sausage on the floor here. And we can no longer, again, say this is a clean repeal to the main motion. Again, I agree with everything or most of what's on the board. I think it could be better than what it is. And it's not about restricting or going back to what RCG was, which at this point I'm okay with if we come back with something better. So I'm going to say vote no to this as well, and work again with the public, with developers, work with industry, work with administration, work with each other to come back with something that involves all of us and everyone to ensure that it is done properly. Did we learn nothing from the last council? This is our opportunity to do the right thing. It might be hard. There might be some RCGs that get pushed through. I'm willing to take that bullet as long as we come back with something better. This is not the time and place to be doing this.
Okay, on the amendment to the amendment, Councillor Panizopoulos.
Just a question for admin. If Councillor McLean's motion is rejected and Councillor Chabot's motion is rejected, we automatically have Councillor Wyness's amendment in the bylaw.
That is correct.
So if we vote no to this and no to Chabot's, we get all 7 of the proposed amendments. They're not proposed anymore. The 7, can you bring up attachment 4 again? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Attachment 4, my apologies, the one that had the, is it?
The presentation.
Presentation, my apologies. I'm sorry,
10.
clerks. There it is, yeah. Down, yeah. Yeah, perfect. So just to be clear, because I know there was a misunderstanding, myself included, rejecting both Councillor McLean's and Councillor Chabot's gets all 7. And I'm of the belief that contextual setback is critical. I come from a neighborhood where it matters. The conversation, builders will make amendments. They will do duplexes instead of fourplexes. We had a conversation, they might recommend going to HGO, so be it, it comes back to council. I think it's important, again, to have all these 7. So it is a choice. If it's a no and a no, then we get to this automatically. If you believe contextual setbacks are not important, then vote yes. I'm going to be voting no because I do believe of all these, number 3, number 5, and number 6 are critical. We've added back 6. We haven't added back 5 and 3, which I think are important. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no for both. And it'll naturally follow to what the bylaw has as of this moment after the first reading, which is Wyness's, all 7 of these. Thank you. Councillor Wyness's, my apologies, Councillor.
Okay, on the amendment to the amendment, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, no, I was, when Councillor McLean and I were talking about it, I thought he was actually going to move the motion on the front yard setbacks. And then that's why I said L, it's L. I know that because it was one that I was actually considering moving. And so I do appreciate what Councillor Panizopoulos had to say about it, because I too was inclined to move that motion as well. And for me, this one is tough. You know, in principle, I like it, but I don't think it's appropriate from a housing perspective, because there are places where we have primary transit networks or main corridors, main streets, and then the street right next to it is very much supportive of this type of housing the whole length of the block. While this may not apply in the entire city, there's things that restrict this kind of development outside of those areas that are identified in the local area plan, so they wouldn't be supported by administration. Somebody could still come forward with an application, but this puts too much of a restriction on what kind of housing can be provided, especially in the appropriate locations. Like I said, like next to a primary transit network or nodes or corridors or main streets. So I appreciate the intent here, but I can't support this amendment. I would have been more inclined to support adding L back in, just to say. So yeah, I'm going to vote against this.
All right, before I go, Councillor Atkins? Yep.
Just a question. So this one here, is this one we heard any feedback on from industry? Just going back to like part of the reason why we're selecting the 4 that were originally there versus the 3 that are not there is because of industry concern. And so what did we hear about mid-block and single building from industry. Is this a concern?
In my conversations with industry, we hadn't anticipated this, and so we had discussed the opportunity to test and model this exactly. And so I think that's really all I can offer at this point.
That it hasn't, been gone through that. And then on the contextual setbacks, like, I guess, like, why is that one not included? Like, what is it that we've heard from industry that's maybe concerning? Like, why is that one not one of the ones that is in the original piece from Councillor Chabot? What would be the potential concern from industry around contextual setbacks?
And Councillor, each one of these models a little bit of a different constraint on the site. And so taken as a package with the new density modifier, with the height, with the contextual setback, which changes depending on the context of the street. The way that the C works in RCG is that the parcel that's next door, their setback provides that context to the other piece that we're reviewing. So the short answer is we have not modeled the contextual setback in all circumstances. The long answer is that each one of these considerations are considerations that we are working through in the zoning bylaw and with community feedback. Most recently came forward with that report that on the quarterly report, which summarizes community feedback, and contextual front setbacks and dual buildings is up there on that list of considerations from community.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Yeah, you know, I don't think people understand when we talk amend. We've already voted on the original repeal, and everybody voted for all the things that were listed in there. Now all this discussion, other amendments have been maybe just to tighten this up a little bit more. And now what we're at here, and how many times an hour's gone down the toilet, I'm happy to just repoll mine, vote no to Councillor Chabot's, and go back to what we all voted yes on. So this is not making sausage. All we were trying to do is maybe, if anybody out there listening was not trying to make blanket rezoning repeal less restrictive, we were just trying to make it a little bit more belts and braces put on it. But I'm happy. If we all are happy, let's go right back to we'll go right now to Councillor Chabot's, and I'm happy to say let's just vote no to that, like Councillor Pantasopoulos said, and let's go back to the original, which maybe we could have just voted on originally, and as far as my 2 cents, then I'm happy to vote no to any other amendments going forward and vote on what we've already voted for. So.
Okay, do we have general consent to allow Councillor McLean to poll his amendment to the amendment? So it does belong to the body now that it's moved and seconded, but is anyone opposed to us withdrawing this and not voting on it? All right, seeing no opposition, the amendment to the amendment has been polled. We are back on the original amendment. I believe we began on about 5 hours ago. So, Council, any further discussion on Councillor Chabot's amendment? Councillor Tyers?
Yeah, okay. So this has gotten like way out of hand and really emotional. And quite frankly, that apology earlier wasn't good enough. When I have somebody's voice literally screaming in my ear, that needs to be a direct apology. And you wonder why women don't get involved in politics? That's it. Like, look around. I'm the only woman here. I do not appreciate getting bullied, being, like, called names, like, just because I have a specific point of view. Just wanted to say that, first of all. Going back to the original amendment,
well taken, and let's just have that as a point of privilege so it doesn't eat your time.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
And that's well taken.
Okay. So when this definition for RCG came up in December, I also voted against it for the same reason. People were not consulted. It was snuck in, and people didn't understand what it meant. You know, I talked to my residents, like they would have no idea what this means. I am on the side of my residents. I will not vote for something that puts us back in the same position as previous council, in which we're making policy on the floor and we're making sweeping decisions that weren't tested with the people. So, yeah, for me, it's the same. I'm going to be voting against all the amendments. And if we have to go back to the original definition of RCG because that's what was forced upon us, then so be it. But I really wish there was an opportunity to pressure test these ideas with the public. So maybe that's something we could think about is, hate to say it, but another amendment to see if we can add an element of pressure testing with the public if it does pass, like whether it be the amendment that Councillor Chabot brought forward or whether it be the original definition of RCG that was changed.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Kelly, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, this has been a little weird to me over the past little bit, I agree. So I just want to get clear for everybody watching online, everybody around here. We have repealed blanket rezoning. We still have to vote on 2 more readings of the bylaw, but blanket rezoning has been repealed. RCG, which is the primary culprit of blanket rezoning, has literally been wiped off the map. There's a couple tiny spots where it's left, but it's gone from 90+% of the places where it was before. This right now, what we've been talking about, is trying to make the thing that doesn't really exist on the map even more restrictive. I'm fine with that. That actually is what a lot of my neighbors were looking for in Ward 4, and so I won't be supporting this. I'm happy with what we've already voted on. I had one big yes today. I'm going to go with a bunch of little no's from here on in. But yeah, we've already done it. We've taken blanket rezoning literally off the map, and this is just us playing around with a piece of paper, saying what should the piece of paper say. It's the final thing I'll say on this too is that not only is it us playing around with the piece of paper, but it's only for about 18 months because we got the zoning bylaw coming, everyone. The zoning bylaw is the place where a lot of these changes and the conversations, we got like about 18 months or so to get out there, start consulting with our neighbors, having conversations about what it is that you'd like to see, getting local area plans as up to date as possible, all of those kinds of things, because that is the real work that's before us here in terms of what we're taking a look at right now. This is just sort of us playing around with a piece of paper, and it doesn't exist on the map, so it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. So anyway, I've taken enough of council's time talking about it, but I just want to make it real clear for everybody who's listening exactly what's going on. We've already repealed the blanket rezoning, barring our last 2 readings of the bylaw. Thank you, Your Worship.
I really want to just jump in on a couple things that were said here. So, Councillor Kelly, nothing has been repealed at this point. Blanket rezoning is repealed after the 3rd reading, and when I signed the paper personally, so all the bylaws actually get the signature. So, nothing is repealed until the signature is achieved. So, I could just. It's a technical point I want to make clear.
Yeah, and a question of privilege. Yeah. I think I did say that until we get the last 2 readings done, yes.
Fair enough. And then also, Councillor Tyers had mentioned perhaps an intent of not having any of the further restrictions from Councillor Wyness reflected in the document. And the opportunity for council would have been Councillor Johnston's amendment to the amendment to delete all of the various bullets. If it's the intent of council to revisit that discussion, we could reconsider that amendment to the amendment, but we voted essentially against doing a clean cut out of this, so now we're in a bit of an awkward middle ground. What I will say, and just to add myself here to debate, initially I went into this with a desire to be a bit willingness to have an open mind to my colleagues in terms of what further amendments could be required, fine-tune, tinkering. I really regret that. I think at this point I would really challenge us colleagues to be as disciplined as possible in terms of whether you wish to even second amendments on a go-forward basis. The more muddied, the more convoluted this process becomes, the greater risk that we are at further eroding public trust. To Councillor Johnston's point, to yours, Councillor Tyers, I think the further meddling amendments to amendments it doesn't get to the heart of what the reason that I originally supported the repeal was to be in the process of public trust. There's some really good ideas floating around. I know many of you had tested me on, or just focus tested me on, say, various amendments. I was initially willing to support those, but I think personally at this point, the best way to achieve those outcomes or further fine tuning would be through the land use bylaw review and just have that conversation for another day. Otherwise, I think that we could end up damaging ourselves quite further in terms of what the public confidence is in terms of us as a body. So I am going to need a hell of a good reason in order to support any amendments going forward beyond what was initially approved by council here. So with that, I'm going to go through the speakers list. And again, I'll just urge you colleagues to please be as disciplined as possible through this so that we can have a relatively speedy resolution to this issue and as clean a repeal as possible for Calgarians so that we can begin that process of, to your point, Councillor Kelly, building up better than what was before. So Councillor Schmidt, please, on Councillor Chabot's amendment, not further amended. It's still what Councillor Chabot initially pitched us on.
Yes. And so I want to speak in support of Councillor Chabot's amendment. I think he took a reasonable approach here where we have some changes to RCG that have been tested and that will address some of the concerns raised during the public hearing from members of the public. And the compromise here is the motion arising that I expect he will be bringing, should this pass, is that the additional ones will go through that stress testing and modeling process to see if they will work. Because if we do not pass this, we're going to have a mess on our hands and effectively not only kill things that are currently in the pipeline, but create so much confusion that RCG will be an effectively dead form of land use. And we have, again, we've repealed things. We have the public hearings where these will come to us along with duplexes, along with everything else that's going to come to a public hearing where we can decide as council if it's appropriate for where it's being proposed, which was, I think, the original intention that everybody wanted. If we don't do this, then, you know, maybe things will go to MCG, maybe they will go to HCO, maybe they will go to other forms that we're going to like even less or will provide less flexibility. So I'm going to support this because it was thought out and it took into consideration all of the factors that are before us here. Yes, it's complicated, but again, think about the consequences that we're going to be giving ourselves as a council here to provide housing where it's appropriate.
All right, over to Councillor Johnston, please, on the amendment.
Yeah, Councillor Schmidt nailed it right there, saying some of this works, but some of it doesn't. So why not bring it back to the people and to us, administration, industry, and come back with something that fully works, not a half-baked idea that only gets us halfway there. Do not vote for this. Let it go back to what it was. Yes, it's going to suck for people that don't like the regular RCG, but we can come back with something better than what's proposed to us right this second. Please do not vote for this amendment, and we can come back with something better.
All right, Deputy Mayor Jamieson, please.
Yeah, just to kind of, I think, just echo a little bit what you said, Mayor. I think that this does add to the notion that, or I guess this does continue to erode public trust. So I cannot support it. Thank you.
All right, to close on your, nope, Councillor Atkinson, please, on the amendment.
I guess, how concerned is administration around sterilizing townhome, row home development with the proposes as we've passed as a council already if they go forward in their entirety and we don't have this split that Councillor Chabot is proposing, how concerned is administration that we will not see townhomes and row homes built? Like when you bring in different factors, CMHC select these different ideas, I guess, like, and that's, I guess, the work that you would like to be able to do and that what's being proposed. But how concerned are you that if this doesn't pass, that we basically are not going to see townhome, row home style buildings anymore, to Councillor Schmidt's debate?
Councillor Atkinson, I think it will depend on the parcel. And it will certainly limit, like we would no longer see the 4x4. We would only see parcel. We would not, or corner parcels, not mid-block. So certainly it would reduce the number of parcels available to see a triplex.
Right, but on those parcels that are still available to the triplex, are we worried, like on the 3x3, which is the density factor, the sort of 60 units per hectare, how concerned are we that on a sort of like buildability front, the pro forma, the like, will builders actually build it, right? Does it actually make like economic sense, or will they just build like just go to RC2 instead?
I think that's a reasonable assumption that we would see more singles and semis. We would like to test and model that density, particularly to understand if it's achievable or not.
I'm going to reluctantly support this. I think that the idea is strong. I think what Councillor Chabot is bringing in is right. We should probably be doing the testing and vetting in advance. My concern with it is that we are shrinking the overall lot coverage on the site, and that is going to mean that the building is smaller. And when the building is smaller, you are now going to get 4 units potentially that are quite a bit like skinnier than what we see in a 4-plex currently. I'm just a bit worried about the livability factors on what those smaller footprints of those units entails for the folks living inside, light, natural light coming in, these kinds of factors. So I will support the motion, and I will definitely then be supporting the motion arising because I think the two go hand in hand, to do that work so that when we land this come August, we actually come out the other side with something that we've vetted with industry, but meets sort of the community context and hopefully build something that Calgarians see as their house. So I'll end on that.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Chabot, I'm just going to again reiterate what my understanding of this motion is, and you can correct me, Councillor Chabot, if you feel I've not fairly portrayed it. Baked into the land use bylaw that we gave, or the amending bylaw that we gave to the first reading, was some further restrictions on RCG. And before us is some of those restrictions. Councillor Chabot, through his amendment, is proposing to lift or not to implement some of the further restrictions. So I'll go over to Councillor Chabot, please, to close.
Thank you. Before I close, I'd like to formally apologize to Councillor Tyers. What I said was inappropriate, and I'm sorry. I lost my cool. I'm sorry. Now, I hope everyone's listening to what I have to say, because I think it's important. If you don't support this, then you're actually supporting every one of Councillor Winas's amendments. And I don't know if I'm clear here. This is to not do Councillor Winas's amendments, but maybe do a couple. If you vote this down, then we go to do all of Councillor Winas's amendments. So if you want to do a full repeal, this is the closest thing to that. If you don't do this, then you're not doing a full repeal because you're including all of Winas's amendments. Because doing nothing means all of her amendments go forward. They're already in the bylaw. If you look at the operative motion of my motion is to delete everything in recommendation number 4, which is all of Winas's amendments, but keep parking. We heard from the public, reduce the height, reduce the massing, reduce the lot coverage, eliminate zero lot lines. We heard that during this public hearing. So when we talk about we need to engage the public, that's what we've done for the last 9 days. We've engaged the public. And these are the things they said, well, we don't know what all these amendments are, but this is what we would like. This is what we'd like to see incorporated in the bylaw. This is how, if you're going to amend it, amend this. But don't go back to 50% parking. If you don't support this, that's what you're putting back in, is 50% parking relaxation throughout the city. Well, I get we can make these amendments into the future. Some of these things cannot be applied properly. Like I said before, if you allow all of the amendments to go through, it's going to be very hard. And I know we don't want to talk about economics, but it's going to be very hard to defend our position with the federal government on the Housing Accelerator Fund, because you've now further, if you allow all the amendments to go through, you're further restricted the ability to build RCG anywhere in the city. Anyways, I mean, I can't really fully quantify the implications of not doing, limiting the amount of amendments that we make, insofar as still meeting the test of providing housing, satisfying the citizens, and not offending the industry so that they'll actually continue to build stuff and maybe actually be able to defend our position with the federal government with this new bylaw that's before us now. So if you don't support this, I'm not sure what the go forward step is, because that means that all of Councillor Winus's amendments are now in the bylaw, which is going to be what's going to be before us at second and third reading. Closed.
Thank you on that. Any further clarification required from members of council before we call the vote?
Yeah, I was just going to ask admin, if this passes, can I do not a reconsideration, but a similar vote to eliminate number 4, as I tried to with...
We'll get back to you on that. I just want to be crystal clear on this vote. It's extremely unusual to allow more commentary after a close. I just want to make sure we understand this.
Okay,
what
sorry.
the implication is. I apologize. I'll go to you right after that. As far as what may be allowed, I just want everyone to understand this specific vote. Okay. With that, Mr. Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
On the amendment, your vote, please, Councillor Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Yule, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Oh, we are having a problem with East Grand here. Let me pivot around. Sorry, Councillor Clark, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnston, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On that, the motion is carried 9-6 with Councillors Johnston, Pantazopoulos, Yule, Jameson, Tyers, and Winus opposed. I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Johnston, to speak.
Yeah, sorry, are there any procedural avenues to eliminate the main motion, number 4, after the first reading? Sorry, that's for the clerks.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson. Could you repeat the question, please?
Sorry, my question is, can we do anything to eliminate? Oh, I'm tired. I'll just actually.
My understanding, Councillor Johnston, is we attempt to settle that question via your amendment to the amendment, which would have served to put on the table a complete deletion of that. So not technically a reconsideration, but this matter, this business has been settled by council. You could attempt to do it a different way so that's not the exact same text of the amendment to the amendment, but I think it'll be challenging for you to get a seconder.
Right, I was just, because it was under Councillor Chabot's amendment that I brought that motion forward. I'm wondering if I can make the same motion under Councillor Winus's amendment.
I am probably going to rule the spirit of the procedure bylaw would ask for reconsideration with at least one individual from the prevailing side making that motion. Again, it's not a pure reconsideration, but to attempt something as an amendment rather than an amendment to the amendment, even if it's the same language, I would deem that to be trying to renew old business.
So on a point of order.
Councillor Chabot, yeah.
Respectfully, being as we've already voted on which ones of recommendation 4 that we were prepared to move forward with, I would argue that any motion to go against that would be contrary to the motion that we voted on, and therefore the only way that we could actually vote on that would be to first reconsider the decision that we've just made. And if that then gets voted to be reconsidered, then I think it would be appropriate for him to bring forward that motion. But as it stands, being as we've already voted on this motion, to accept some of them.
That's well taken, Councillor Chabot. My ruling then is going to be Section 4 has been settled, and if further amendments or discussion on Section 4 is required, then I'll be seeking a reconsideration of the motion that we just passed. So if you want to open up Section 4 again, we can reconsider what was just passed, but I'm not going to acknowledge or place any motions to the effect of impacting Section 4. Okay.
Fair enough, thank you.
Does anyone want to challenge that or further tinkering to Section 4? Okay, Section 4 has been resolved. I'm going back into time here in history. I believe, Councillor Winus, you were in the queue for an amendment.
Yes, I have an amendment to the RG definitions that were a part of the repeal. As we've heard from administration, that RG is applicable to greenfield development. This repeal is taking us back where they will need development permits continuously. However, it is in the best interest of building to continue to allow RG to maintain the updated definition. So I have a proposal to keep the updated RG definitions that traditionally apply to greenfield development.
All right, so let's give clerks a moment just to display that on the screen. Could we ask administration to weigh in on this and what your review of that amendment? Councillor Hamilton? Yep. I didn't mean to demote you, Jim. Please go ahead.
I respect what you do, but I would never do it myself.
You don't want to do it.
Councillor Winus, may I just clarify with you, is this your amendment to essentially retain the RG zoning?
Correct.
Okay, so not quite the definition, but if we look at the main recommendation, recommendation 2B, I believe that is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think clerks, that's the one that you've got, correct? All right, so that's now on the screen.
And could we have you weigh in, Jim Hamilton, in terms of what the practical impact of this is, and ideally as plain words as possible?
Sure. So, recommendation 2 asked us to, recommendation is the repeal and the changes to the maps. A is referencing all the RCG parcels going back to their previous districts. B is referencing the RG parcels going back to their districts. And C is referencing the HGO districts going back to their previous districts. What Councillor Winus is proposing is that for B, for the RG districts, that they retain their RG designation.
Okay. Based on that, is there a seconder for this from Councillor Winus? Second by Deputy Mayor Jameson. All right, and I admit not to fully understanding what this is. We've repealed everything less what is going back to RG, and this is to exempt RG from that change?
So with first reading of the bylaw, so if you look at the recommendations, with first reading of the bylaw, to A, B, and C have been put on the floor. What Councillor Wyness is now asking is to remove 2B, such that all those parcels that have a current district of RG retain RG and are not repealed as they were to the districts before August 2024.
And when we look at a map, functionally, that's what was built past 2015?
It's the kind of the developing, Ms. Davies
Largely
Murphy,
like
could you
Ward
help me
12,
with the annual?
Ward 12, Ward 2, Ward 14.
I'll look to my team.
Mayor, that would be reflected in new communities that were built before 2016.
So again, this is existing houses with people living in them and not just future ones that are yet to be built.
Correct.
Okay. All right, on that, Councillor Chabot, please, to speak.
Yeah, no, I need to understand this. So I thought everything that didn't get changed with the blanket zoning retained its land use. So anything that was RG before the blanket zoning retained RG, correct?
That is correct. There were about 88,000 units that were rezoned through blanket rezoning that went to RG in new communities. So these are homes that were built prior to the district coming into effect.
So 88,000
Correct.
that are now going to retain the RG, and where would those be?
They are in areas like Mackenzie Town.
So they wouldn't go back to R1. Were any of them developed?
Yes.
How many?
88,000.
88,000 were developed as RG units.
No, they were developed as R1, R1N, R2, and R1S. And then through rezoning, they were rezoned to RG.
But they've all been built as single family.
That is, or under R2, there may be some semis.
So if this doesn't get approved, the ones that would develop to R2 would go to R2?
They would go back to, if it's not approved, they would go back to R2.
Right. Which I think that's what the intent of the blanket reversal was, to revert back to what they were before. I don't understand this. Because anything that's in Greenfield that was RG will retain its RG designation. The only ones that we're talking about here are ones that have never been developed as RG, but were developed.
So there are two areas in our city, an established area and a developing area. And there is a line that we transition from RCG zoning, so the C for contextual, to RG. And there are 88,000 parcels that are in the developing area that at the time of development, they were R1, no C, R1, R2, R1S, and R1N. We were not using an RG at the time when those were being developed.
Right.
In 2016, that is when we started to use RG extensively with very, very, very small exceptions in all new communities.
Yeah.
So the area that was developed in our developing area that was prior to 2016 had 88,000 parcels that will not be RG after this rezoning. It will go back to those former R1, R2, R1N, R1S.
And were all of those parcels developed? Or is there some that are undeveloped in those areas?
I can't say for certain that they are all developed, but they are in communities that were built at a time that would have been master planned communities in new greenfield areas.
Okay, so debate and questions all in one here? Is that what this is? All right, so I'm going to recommend the council vote against this recommendation because essentially R1's R1. And so in the master plan communities where they have RG, they have clearly delineated where they're going to put single family and where they're going to put multifamily. So this idea of retaining the RG means that in the future, they wouldn't have to go through any kind of a land use to put a row house next to a single family in the middle of the block, even for that matter, because this would allow it, the RG. So no, I can't support this. Master plan communities typically will have row towns, as they refer to them, and they'll put row house next to row house next to row house. Even though they have RG, they won't put a row house next to a single family. This essentially opens up that opportunity in those areas, and for that reason, I can't support this amendment. All of the existing RG in the Greenfield will retain their RG designation so that they can continue to be master planned and continue to have row houses and townhouses. And with the amendments that we supported, they don't even need to go for a development permit. They can go directly to a building permit. So all of those things are already built into what we've already approved, at least at first reading. We just need to get it through to third reading for all those to continue to be applied that way. So please don't support this. This essentially is not doing what we said we were going to do. It's not reverting back to what it was. It wasn't RG before. It shouldn't be RG now. It's already developed. Please don't support this.
All right, I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Jamieson. I think you have a request to poll whether, or to see if you can poll having seconded.
Yes, I'd like to retract my seconding.
So, Mr. Clerk, I believe in Robert's, I believe the procedure bylaw is silent on this, but Robert's Rules of Order would indicate that once a second has been given, it's not possible to have withdrawn that.
So, Mayor, Section D.3, sub 5 of the procedure bylaw says a motion which has been moved and seconded is the property of council or council committee and may be withdrawn by the unanimous consent of all members present without the requirement for a vote. If one member does not provide consent, the motion stands.
Okay, so in order to assist with Deputy Mayor Jamieson's request, I need unanimous consent to withdraw the motion, and then following that, I will acknowledge Councillor Wynessa to have moved the motion, and I will seek a different seconder. But for us to get Councillor Jamieson's name off of this, first we need unanimous consent, and maybe if you could speak to.
Yes, I think there's a few other people that don't mind seconding it. So if it's okay, I'd like to take my name off, and then I think Councillor Schmidt, I think he was ready to also support it. So if everyone's okay with that, I'd like to take mine, and then I believe there's another seconder.
Is there anyone opposed to this being withdrawn? We require unanimous consent. All right.
I will second, Raj.
Sorry, Councillor Dhaliwal, I believe that you're not opposed to withdrawal, but you're willing to second the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
For Councillor Wireless.
All right. I believe we've achieved unanimous consent to withdraw this motion. I don't believe it's a reconsideration to table it once more, Mr. Clerk. So I'm going to deem that Councillor Wyness moved the exact same text, and then I'm going to acknowledge Councillor Dhaliwal of having seconded the motion. So, all right, Deputy Mayor Jamieson, your name is off of this, but would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
I think your name off of it probably says enough. Councillor Panazopoulos, please.
Just to clarify, these 88,000 lots, they'll go back to R1. There's a few, 4 or 5 different classifications, correct?
We have a map that we would like to put up that shows exactly.
There's about 6 or 7 maps and 7C.
There's a better one.
I have a map. I just would like to send it to
One
clerks,
moment.
if you don't mind.
It's much easier to see it than these ones. Apologies.
And maybe,
but in the meantime,
while it's coming up, if it remains RC, to Councillor Chabot, you could, what can you develop on RC that you can't do on R1, as an example?
RG.
RG, excuse me.
There is no C in this area. So in R1, it would be restricted to singles, the same as the C, except it doesn't have the contextual guidelines the same way because at the time when they were developing it, there was no next door neighbor, as an example, to measure the front setback or the context rule. So R1 would be a single, R2 would be a duplex. R1S is a smaller lot. You see those most often in Mackenzie Town. They have a lot of R1S, and the R1N is a very narrow lot.
So, what can you do with RG? We're going to, if this passes, what can you do in RG? Oh, here we go.
So an RG enables the same range that is enabled through RCG. So it would be singles, semis, and row towns.
So essentially, the 400 plus people that spoke believe that we were repealing this map. So I'm looking into Ward 6. Those would revert back potentially and on the west side to, they believe right now, we were debating going back to R1 as an example, assuming that's the one. If we remain at RG, they could go back to singles, duplexes, et cetera, et cetera. Like it'll basically go back to what we just repealed.
So the green areas would go back to R1 as an example. Are going back to R1, if this passes, it would retain that RG. The pieces that are on the south or the bottom of the map, you can see there is a mix of R1, R1N, R1S throughout those. And then as you get further out, you can see that those are the purple, which is the RG.
We go to Ward 6, zoom in there. So there are some that, with this amendment, would go to remain at RG, and they could, is that fair?
Correct.
So essentially, yeah, okay. And maybe just, okay, then debate is saying, if you want to lose trust, thank you, do you mind going in there? You want to lose trust of Calgarians, 88,000 go back. We made 88,000 to go back there. Like, this is pretty material. People came and spoke, come in. Why not go back and do 2A? Maybe there's an amendment coming, and I'm just picking up what the mayor said. Let's amend 2A and 2C as well and go back. And then what have we done? We voted to repeal 88,000 to come in with this. We're looking at a map on the floor. I've got a minute and 24 seconds to debate and discuss. I've heard from 450 people that I haven't asked and saying, hey, Ward 6, what do you think? In fact, I think my home's actually going to be going to RC. So I'm going to ask my wife, say, hey, honey, what do you think that we can have that in our neighbors as well? I didn't get that chance. And to bring this on the floor like this, you want to lose trust? Vote for this. I got to go home for dinner, and I got to tell my wife we support this. Oh, by the way, our neighbor went back after all this debate and discussion. This is not the way to do it. We come back. The difference between what we had before, it was debated, it was discussed, it was on the floor. People might not have understood it, say la vie. This is completely different, going back 88,000. If this was 18, something very specialized, like the amendments that are coming later, there's some technicalities, sure. There's one zone that has 27 homes, sure, I can get that. Let's clean it up to clean up our bylaw. 88,000, and I'm sorry, I'm just focusing on Ward 6. Like, we can't do that. You have to vote no to this. If we've got a problem, let's come back, 18 months. We can shake the snow globe, we can come back and say this doesn't make sense and here's why. Please vote no on this. We didn't talk, we just debated about trust. You want to change it for 88,000 people, this is as much as a bait and switch as you get. So please vote no on this. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Ewell, please.
Yeah, if you want to just zoom out again, this is exactly what I was saying in my debate for the repeal, is you're pushing the density to the outskirts and doing this, like saying, okay, no, we'll repeal on the inner city, but we will not repeal on the outer round. Like, Ward 3 is all now just, that's where we're going to throw the density. So I'm against this. Vote no.
All right, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. Are we having fun yet? This is a little bit out of hand, but I wanted to just add my voice to the point that, yes, I think lots of this stuff seems to be coming at us. Nobody quite seems to know what's going on. There's not even a lot of confidence in, like, with administration and what's being described. That's not to suggest you don't, like, I'm not trying to put you down, but there's a lot of not making sense here right now. And so I'm going to vote no on this. And that's that. Thank you very much.
All right, before I go to Councillor Wyness to close, any further explanation required from administration in terms of what the impact is? Okay, seeing that. Yes, this was moved by Councillor Wyness and seconded by Councillor Dhaliwal. Okay. Over to you, Councillor Wenas, to close, please.
Thanks. The reason I wanted this amendment moved is because when we have our industry, as we build out these communities, has been doing flexible changes. What was once a row house has been turned into single family or duplexes. When you have to have them come back to council and public hearing, it slows down development in the growing community, and industry does like the flexibility and speed at which they were able to build off of the amendments the last council made to RG communities only. But council's will is a vote, so have fun, vote.
All right, Mr. Clerk, let's please engage the vote on this.
On the amendment, Councillor Clark, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you, Mayor Farkas. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On that, the motion has been defeated with only Councillor Weines, Schmidt, Dhaliwal, and Atkinson in favor. So to recap, we have given first reading. We've adopted one amendment from Councillor Chabot. We're still seeking further amendments if that's the will of council. So over to Councillor Schmidt on an amendment.
Yes, I have one of two amendments here. I'll begin, perhaps, clerks, with the secondary suites, backyard, and basement amendment. Okay, so what this proposes is, I'll explain it better than what those numbers and letters represent there. But essentially what we have now on lots that have single family or semi-detached homes is the permission to build both a secondary suite and a backyard suite. With the repeal, that will revert back to only being allowed to build one or the other. So what this amendment is suggesting is not related, I believe, in any significant way to what council intended with repealing RCG. What this does is it maintains the flexibility we have now for individual homeowners, as we heard from multiple people during the public hearing, to add suites to their existing properties, to say, have grandparents join them where they live, to have a second source of income on their property to be able to afford a home they couldn't otherwise afford. Yes, this will allow this for new builds with development that is coming through, but it will be permissive on lower forms of density like singles and semis. So it's not affecting the types of built forms that council and the public expressed the most concern with, which is row houses and townhouses. This is primarily going to benefit those folks that we heard from during the public hearing who are putting a lot of their own money into adding this flexibility to welcoming members of their family to where they live and being able to afford a home they maybe couldn't otherwise afford. So I recognize that there may be a couple other councillors who have specific issues in their wards that will not be able to support this, which I completely understand, but there is a big opportunity here for us to add some housing in a way that is less disruptive to the neighborhoods, again, going towards what the public expressed to us. And these are built forms that work into what's already there. So I would ask for you to support this. This is a very small way for us to provide that extra housing and opportunity for Calgarians, and that takes me to the end of my time.
All right, given we just have the sections and the letters on the screen before I seek a seconder, if administration could just weigh in and state whether you agree with the characterization of what this does.
Yes, we do agree.
Seconded by Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. If I could invite all my council colleagues just to take a nice big deep breath and totally release everything that we've just been through in the last 4 hours, because this happens to be something I'm quite interested in. I'm happy to support this amendment because it directly reflects what we heard during the public hearing, and it does so in a balanced and practical way. Many speakers were very clear. Their concerns weren't all about growth. It was about scale, tree canopy loss, and the feeling that neighborhood change was happening without enough local context or planning input. This amendment responds to that distinction. What it does is simple and specific. It ensures that when RC2 zoning is reinstated, secondary suites and backyard suites remain permitted, subject to existing bylaw rules. That means we preserve forms of gentle density, like basement suites and backyard suites, without defaulting to larger, more intensive redevelopment that many residents told us were a source of concern. Compared to RCG development, suite-based density significantly reduces pressure for full lot clearance and tree removal. Given how often tree canopy loss came up during the hearing, that matters to me. I also want to be clear about what this amendment does not do. It does not include row house or mid-block townhouses. It does not add new rules, and it does not undermine the housing goals that we've set. The suite framework already exists in the land use bylaw. This amendment simply ensures we don't lose it unintentionally through repeal. For me, this strikes a reasonable balance, addressing where blanket rezoning went too far, while preserving the forms of density that Calgarians consistently told us over the last 9 days that they support. I please ask you to put what we've just been through behind you, look at this clearly and directly, and support it. And in closing, if I might just remind you folks that of a gentleman from Inglewood who came to us and had a wonderful, very heart-forward presentation about his position, where he'd been through trying to develop both and got lost in the mix of this, and was quite concerned that his young family, trying to meet their multi-generational family planning goals, were going to lose the opportunity to develop both a secondary suite and a basement. And I'd really like to thank administration for your support with that individual since the public hearing. It's been really positive, so thank you for that. So please support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Need some clarification. This would move it to backyards, basement suites and backyard suites as discretionary or permitted?
As I understand the amendment, it would allow for the opportunity for a secondary suite and a backyard suite to be on the same parcel, subject to the other rules in the district. So it varies across districts. So in RC1, a secondary suite and a backyard suite are both discretionary.
Yes, so it would retain the discretionary.
Correct.
And in regards to some properties that have since the blanket zoning moved forward with a backyard suite, what would happen with those ones? What's going to happen to those ones? Would they retain the RCG zoning, or would they default to this amendment with the RC one? Sorry, it sounds like a complicated question, but.
Any applications for what you've described would not be exempt, because they would go back to a district where those uses are still listed. So they're not non-conforming uses by being reverted back.
Sorry, let me.
But they would be
maybe
legal non-conforming.
Maybe I wasn't clear. There are, I know of a property, I'm not going to say where, that has a basement suite, and they applied for a development permit for a backyard suite. They're in an R1 zone. So they've already got their DP. So if now that we've repealed the blanket zoning, it wasn't subject to an RCG zone, therefore it would revert back to an RC1, I assume?
Yes.
And so if this weren't going to move forward, would that then be considered illegal non-conforming?
If this was not brought forward, it would be legal non-conforming. That is correct.
Okay, thanks. Just like using
The permit remains valid.
Yeah, I just like using that term. I just love legal nonconformings. Thank you. No more comments. Well, maybe I just really quickly, it's going to be very difficult for me to support this, and I've stated this before. Whilst I appreciate the intent and that it is, very sensitive intensification, I get all of those things. But it's going to be hard for me to support it because of my previous history relation to this file, and I fought for a suite registry program to make sure that we made all the illegal suites legal. That doesn't mean that I supported a blanket approval of secondary suites, even basement suites, because my communities were rallied against it. And so for me to actually support something that even intensifies it further as something that's allowed by right, I would go against everything that I advocated for a lot of years. So yeah, I don't think my community association would like me very much if I spoke in favor of this. So I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Jim Hamilton, did you want to speak on this?
No, thanks, Mayor. It's okay.
Councillor Panizopoulos, please.
Thanks so much. And if you answer this question, I do apologize. It's all been a long day. If we vote this down, secondary or garage or basement suites are allowed on R1, R2, and so on.
Correct, they are allowed. It's an either-or situation.
Got it. Okay, so if a no, the only question is the and. If this is accepted, it's an and. That's the
correct,
essentially. Yeah, with this, I love this. It's not right now. I love this because that exact same person you mentioned, that the economies, that you can put it on a garage, hey, it doesn't actually increase scale, et cetera. The reason I say not now is we need to understand what's happening. We all recognize nodes and corridors, transit-orientated development, brownfield, et cetera. I think that's the critical, is to understand where we want that. We talked about community going through, and I don't think we should differentiate between communities. I would support this at a later date. We just have to, I loved your analogy, Councillor Clark, catch your breath and say, okay, wait, what are we doing? Where are we going? Where does the density make sense? Right now, you still have the and that does disadvantage the few people that would have for the next 12 months that want to build, but we're going to be coming into a huge change, and I think it's a snow globe being shook up. And this is an example of, I will absolutely support this in 12 months' time when it's all contextual. What does it actually look like transit-orientated? What does it look like? Are we amending R1? Are we amending R2? Are we amending RWXYZ? Whatever the amendment is, this can be layered in because we have to look at the full deal, not sort of the piecemeal. So for today, I'm voting no, but I love the idea. I love the concept, but we have to understand the full package when we come back with our zoning bylaw in 8 months, 12 months, whenever it is. And if folks can wait, it can come later, I hope, but I'm going to vote no for that reason. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, this morning, or I believe yesterday, or whatever, there was a question asked about legal suites, 25,000. I just want to know, just being Ward 5 councillor, how many of them were in Ward 5 since 2015?
Councillor Dhaliwal, may I just clarify your question? How many legal suites have been approved in Ward 5 since 2015?
Exactly, as part of our registry system, yeah.
I'll ask the team if they have that stat.
I don't have it at my fingertips. Mike Malachy here, DBBS Director. Sorry, I think you're mute.
Director Malachy, do you have that number?
No, I don't have it at my fingertips, but we can get it to your office.
I can tell you 20% of the total in the city has been in Ward 5. How do we make sure if we do backyard suite and secondary suite, how do we make sure that there is enough enforcement in a way? My ward is really dense with people. Like Councillor Panizopoulos was saying, how do we make sure that we are making enough talking when we are approving these land uses and all that, or DPs, that there's enough for parking issues? We are making sure that there is enough folks who are applying for these backyard suites and secondary suites that they have either or? How are we going to make sure enforcement is there?
Enforcement in terms of like after you're talking about, or during the.
Because right now in the land use bylaw, it's either or. And if we make it and, how you guys make sure there's enough enforcement that there is enforcement to make sure that there is a secondary suite in the basement, and if someone is applying for the backyard suite, that there's enforcement to make sure that they don't have a basement suite before we approve their backyard suite.
So to my knowledge, that kind of enforcement is not in DBBS's purview.
Councillor Dollywall, it's GM Hamilton.
Yeah.
If I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking, are you asking about how we would confirm that there essentially are only 2 suites on the property, 1 backyard and 1 secondary?
Exactly. How we want to make, how we will make sure that there is either or.
Okay, so from a permitting perspective.
If we make it, sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but if we say and, how do we make sure there's an enforcement to comply with our land use bylaw that there is either that, and if we are giving a DP to the next one, that is not happening?
So that to my knowledge, is at the intake where we take in applications. We would be looking at that to make sure that it complies with the LUB. During the permit intake.
That's where my struggle is right now. The amendment that is coming is and, not or.
Yes, so Councillor Dollywall, if this amendment is approved, it would allow a backyard suite and a secondary suite on the same parcel.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, and an individual wished to pursue both a backyard suite and a secondary suite, they would still be required to have the proper permitting, development permit, building permit, whatever is required. Our team would process those permits. If they're both approved, they can be constructed. Now, if somebody suggests that somebody has 3 suites on a property, then just like today, they can call 311 and submit a complaint, and we will go in and inspect and double check that any number of suites are in alignment with the appropriate approvals that should be in place. If approvals aren't in place, we will follow up with that appropriately. Is this answering your question?
Kinda. That's okay. Thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Atkinson, please.
Do we know how frequently we've actually seen both a suite and a backyard, like a suite in the basement and a suite in the backyard built on a site? Is that a stat that we have on the same parcel?
I don't have that stat with me today, but one thing that we will note is that we most often see that in brand new builds that are happening in the RG area. So if you look at our secondary suites map today, which is like on calgary.ca/secondary suites map, it shows exactly where all the suites are that are registered are. And you can see Councillor Dollywall is correct. He has a lot of suites in Ward 5. If you scroll in, you can see that those are in the RG areas a lot, a large percentage of them. And that would mean that they were built by the builder initially to have both.
Right, and so even in redevelopment in established areas, that's when we would also see more suites coming on, or like what's the divide, I guess? So in the developing areas, we end up getting sort of like new suites coming on as we're building brand new from scratch, but in established areas, if we're trying to land more housing, this is a part of this. Suites are a way to do that, to land some affordability in. Do we see it more so with existing builds, or do we see suites coming on more so with new builds? Is it similar to what we experience in the developing side of things?
Yeah, just speaking to what's happened with rezoning for housing, and part of this has to do with some federal funding requirements. You talked about that MLI Select. A lot of the new builds for row houses and semis are coming in with suites in the established areas, partially because it helps with, funding and helps with all that stuff, but it's also a lot easier if you do it first. I did a lot of permits when I was a consultant for secondary suites. It's very hard on existing homes, depending on where the staircase is, mechanical and stuff like that. So we see a lot more proportionally with new builds than we do with existing homes because of those difficulties in funding.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Councillor Kelly, please.
Yeah, just want to get real clear on something before we vote here. Currently, right now, correct? Like we can do secondary suite and backyard suite. Is that correct?
No, presently, you can do either a secondary suite or a backyard suite.
In all the R1, RC2, and even the RCG currently? Not the RCG.
In RC1, RC2, it is one or the other, correct?
Got it. So this would be a change to do, and we're not dialing back to a different time. This would be a net new thing. Is that correct?
Councillor Kelly, in the RCG district, as of yesterday, you could do both.
Okay.
In the RC1 and RC2 that's being reintroduced through these recommendations, it is either or.
Got it. So voting in favor of this would basically allow suites to match what is currently allowed in our neighborhoods in the RCG district.
That's correct.
Got it. So this is
And in
about
all forms. So a single today that would come in under an RCG could do both. A semi could do both, and then an RCG providing suites in the basement.
previously with our RCG, we were allowing backyard and secondary suite. Doing this would say on a single family home, you would be able to do that as well, which is presumably a heck of a lot less density than we were having in RCG.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Thanks. I should know this, but what's the process by which it's determined if it's or? For example, like if a property is purchased and it has a suite in the basement, is there a process, and they want actually a garage suite instead, is there a process to decommission that suite? Is it a matter of taking out the fridge or the stove? Would it prevent, like for example, if somebody wanted to abandon their secondary suite in the basement, I'm sure it's not a requirement that it actually be occupied, but.
So yes, we would, if you wouldn't mind repeating the question, Mayor.
Yeah, so what if somebody has like a basement suite and they decide they now want a garage suite? How do they get rid of their basement suite? Are they permanently locked into having made that choice, even if it was something that the previous owner had decided?
I'll hand it over to Ulrich.
Sure. Ulrich Seward, Chief Building Official and Manager of Building Safety Approvals. So if the secondary suite and the backyard suite were allowed on the same parcel, there wouldn't be any differences there. You wouldn't have to abandon the secondary suite as long as both the secondary suite and the backyard suite were allowed on the same parcel. As long as the secondary suite continues to comply with building codes and the backyard suite does as well, then that wouldn't be an issue.
And they can remove it from, sorry.
So then what is the purpose of this motion then? Like if you can have both regardless? I'm speaking to the old version of RC1 or the one that we're going back to. If it's an and, or rather if it's an or question, is it possible to get rid of the suite or?
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure how you would actually accomplish that. There would have to be some probably some enforcement done on that situation to make sure that the situation wasn't out of compliance with the land use bylaw.
And our process, Mayor Farkas, would be we would inspect the basement suite to make sure that it's not a basement suite anymore, and it would be removed from the registry. So that's the decommissioning process.
What makes it a basement suite, though? Is it a stove in there, or?
Exactly. You have, depending on if it's existing or new, you have a kitchen, you have
kitchen, sleeping area, bathroom. Makes it a suite.
And I know my colleague attempted to probe on this, but do we have even an estimate of how many of these ands are in the established areas? Like, is this a huge number of units that's potentially on the table that can no longer be built? Has it been a huge amount of disruption? Is it not a very large amount of units? I'm trying to get a sense of what the stakes are here in terms of what housing could further be built that otherwise wouldn't be.
Our chief housing officer has sent us a message that there are approximately 400 of those accessory dwelling unit or the backyard suites throughout the city. So how often they are combined, it's very, very rare if there was 400 across the whole city today.
So we're talking about extremely small amount.
Extremely small amount. From a development permit perspective under RCG, we have processed 3 RC2s that have basement suites and an above garage suite in the last 20 months, 3 out of all of the permits that we have reviewed.
And again, we would be going back to an and, like to support this motion would be going to an and, which would still be discretionary, and that development permit would be subject to appeal.
Correct.
That's correct.
And Mayor, if I may, just picking up on your other line of questioning, we could also do a new development permit that would remove a secondary basement suite if it was and somebody wished to switch to a backyard suite.
Okay. Over to Councillor McLean, please.
Yeah, I think most of the questions have been answered, but I want to stay here longer like everybody else. No, I'll make it quick. So then this would be an and an or, so a person could have a house, basement suite, and then a granny suite in the back. And then even on a semi-detached duplex, they could do both as well, or is it just single family?
Correct. So
No,
today is in the base districts that it is going back.
So
Just
say
with
it's
the
just a
and.
single family home mainly we're talking about here. Excuse me, with a basement suite and then a backyard suite, but no additional parking obviously gets allowed. So if you've got 4 families or 3 families, it'll be just the 1-for-1 parking. But that is 3 potential families. Parking could be, garbage could be consideration. I'm just wanting to wrap my head around it. Yeah, I'm not going to support this, but thanks for the clarity.
All right. On that, I'm going to go to Councillor Schmitz-Nichols.
Just repeat once more for clarity that what this intends to do is for parcels with a single family home and a semi-detached home, give homeowners the flexibility to have both, where otherwise it will go back to having either or. In the context of what we've done today, where we've effectively eliminated a lot of RCG use across the city, it means that we are going to be getting fewer housing opportunities overall across the city. This is a small fix or a small opportunity that we can use to provide more flexibility for homeowners and even perhaps in some new developments to add more housing in a situation where we've changed the rules that is eliminating a lot of options for towns and row houses. And to be clear, this does not affect lots with towns and row houses. So we're taking very low density builds and providing that other opportunity. And the data discussed as to what's being done now, I think would take on a slightly different context in a world where we now have fewer chances to build townhouses and row houses. So during the hearing, when we talked about, well, maybe some incremental density or maybe just density where it makes sense, this is a less disruptive way of achieving those goals, of things that we heard from even people who were supporting a repeal, who are saying, I'm not opposed to density, I just want to see it done differently. This is density done differently. So I'd ask for you to support this today, because we need to do something for Calgarians to acknowledge what they raised during the hearing, and this is a small way in which we can do that.
All right, that is closed. Can I have general consent to conclude this item before going on our dinner break? Anyone opposed? All right, seeing none. Mr. Clerk, let's please engage the vote on this amendment.
Councillor Ward, your vote on the amendment? Thank you. Councillor Yule, your vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, your vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wyness, your vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, your vote on the amendment?
No.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. And on that, the motion has been defeated with Councillors Ward, Johnston, Dhaliwal, Pandazopoulos, Jameson, Tyre, Chabot, and McLean opposed. So, Council, our rules are to come back at 7:15 to go to 9:30 unless that's changed. I don't see an appetite to end off now. My strong suggestion would be just to work as hard as we can until 9:30 and hopefully get this done. So we'll be back at 7:15.